All right. Hello, everybody. Let me just get situated. I'll have you all know yesterday, after I did my 11 hours, I had myself a nice bowl of L Dunes. I sure did. All right. Now I'm going to start it up, I guess. Yeah. No fanfare, no fancy schmancy whatever that I was gonna say. One moment. I need to check one little thing. Oh, good, it uploaded. Nice. I was just making sure my upload happened, and it did. Oh, it was 9 hours. Haha. Yeah, it felt like. Not because I ended at around 11 p.m.-ish last night. But today I starting out a little bit earlier than usual. About 20 minutes early, after my intro and whatnot. All right, everybody, here goes. I'm gonna start up case 3, Turnabout Serenade. I know they call them episodes, but I like calling them cases. All right, here goes. Load it up. Okay, and I'm getting my screen size. It opens up like big, then it goes back to my previous one. Cool. All right. Yep. Okay. All right. I love that intro. Just opening the doors. It's so cool. Let's see. All right. We're good. We're great. We are gonna load this up. Oh, before I do, let me go to the options. Okay. Let me check my volume mixer real quick. Okay. All right. Everything's good and ready. It's time to load up episode 3, case 3, Turnabout Serenade. It's gonna involve music, everybody. Episode 3, Turnabout Serenade. Let's rock! Oh, it's Clavier. We love you! Cool. Rock on, everyone. This party's not over yet. Get out your handkerchiefs for our special guest. That's right, baby. The night's just getting started. Thank you for coming to the Governor's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. July 7th, 8:05 p.m. Backstage hallway. And the first thing I see is the Blue Badger. Oh no, the Blue Badger. It's okay. This is so cool. Us at a Governor's concert. Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Governors put the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice, sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, Like we're a couple of, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner show. Um, Trucy, you didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Clavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. God awful. Maybe. I brought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviner's albums and 15 concert videos. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance. For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Oh, who would have imagined me here at a Gaviner's concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. Yes, keep those thoughts to yourself, Apollo. July 7th, Gaviner's dressing room. Ah, you made it. Oh no. Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets. And the invoice you sent along with them. You were incredible up on the stage, Mr. Gavin. Not like music to brighten the mood after a trial, Ja. And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. Namira's singing, right? The siren of the ballad. Oh yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right. I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice, her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. L- La Mirror says, you praise me too highly. Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge! Ah, allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Lettuce. For anybody out there, yes, his name is a pun on Roman lettuce. You know, the kind we eat. Yes, what we put in our salads. I don't make the rules. The localization does. There's some funny trivia about that. I might as well get this one out of the way. So, it's a corrupted spelling of romaine lettuce to form their localized names, and his Japanese name it comes from romaine lettuce, which is romaine retasu. Shu Takumi happened to see romaine lettuce listed in a recipe when he was coming up with this character's name. Hey, sometimes, writers gotta eat. Game makers, developers, they gotta eat. Allow me to introduce Mr. Roman Lettuce. Romain Lettuce, yeah. Lamira's manager and her interpreter, incidentally. Wow, a manager and interpreter. It is a great honor for us to be here, and a great honor for Lamir to be heard in this country. Oh, by the way, everybody, uh, I'm afraid I do not know this language that you see. The only thing that I can interpret it to you on the top row here is Hadouken. Not even joking. If you look closely, right here, look, it's a little figure where my mouse cursor is pointing. Hadouken. And I see a scarab, a leaf. I think that's like an eyeball or a jellyfish. Someone's bowing down. That looks like a pair of scissors. And I don't know if that's supposed to be down there, like a goat or a deer. And this is like an arrow, and that's a candle. Anyway, this language is Borginian. I don't know Borginian. That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Yeah, I'm not even gonna attempt that, everybody. I'm sorry. Just look at the pretty symbols. Oh, okay, I don't see any Hadoukens. Oh, it's La Mirror. I'm actually meeting La Mirror. La Mirror, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Hadouken. There they are. I see two Hadoukens. Sometimes when you toss a Hadouken, everybody, you can't help but toss another Hadouken. And then, it's like, oh, if your opponent blocks, what do? You toss another Hadouken. What if they jump? You meet them with a Shoryuken. That's what you do. Or your anti-air of choice, provided that your, Hadouken's active frames are. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get into fighting game terminology. La Mirror says, we have long looked forward to this joint performance. Ah, La Mirror, your voice. It is art. Hadouken. Hadouken. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. Oh, ellipses. I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of Lemira's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist. Pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobai. He is blind. This is why. Hello, no Mega Man X. Ah, hello, King Ming. I'm taking a break from Mega Man a little. I'm doing some Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney trilogy. So last year, back in December, I wanted to do the thing. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. And I said that I was going to be doing an Ace Attorney game every month. So I did the first game, the second game, and the third game. Now I'm on the fourth game. Um, I'll resume a little bit of Mega Man next week. Uh, I am gonna do some form of Mega Man X for next week, and something else of Mega Man of the classic variety. And my uh my 2-year anniversary is coming next week on Friday. I'll be doing Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 Classic because those were the first three games that I made my little Twitch debut from 2 years ago. Oh yeah, I also play like other stuff. I play all kinds of, you know, retro. Like Mega Man is a strong one for sure. Like it's one of many series that I do play, and some Castlevania on the side. But yeah, so yeah. But welcome, King Ming. Good to see you. I'm playing some Ace Attorney. I'm playing some Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. So yeah, I'll be playing this for the up until Friday. All right. This is why he never strays far from Lamira. They are always together. Oh, hello. Let me destroy that. Hmm. They are always together. Ellipsis. They're like characters from some fairy tale. Lamira's so, what's that word? Exotic and mysterious. She does seem quite pretty. At least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing musique. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights to song. That's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the Governors hard rock a little rest. Lamir, the stage is yours. Oh, there's a Hadouken right there. Top row, everybody. Again, this is like her special language. I am not going to attempt to pronounce that. The band members will not play during Lamir's ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Lamir's dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in chords of steel. Shall we hit the stage then? Let's see. Phoenix Wright, Trucy, Clavier Garvin, star prosecutor and leader vocalist for the rock group The Governors. Lettuce, Lamir's interpreter. His first name is Romain. Lamir, singer lauded as the siren of the ballad, from the tiny country of Virginia. Machi Tabai, Lamir's favorite pianist. He is blind. So, a little trivia for you all. For any of you Dino Crisis fans out there, um, so Virginia is a made-up country. Like it's like I think it's like somewhere in Europe in whatchamacallit, in that universe. Oh, one moment, everybody. I need to do one more little thing. I need to check something. All right. The something has been checked. And here we go. All set. All right. All right, here we go. All right. These are the characters we met so far. Oh, he is blind. All right. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care your hearts aren't stolen away, Ja. Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly. The guitars looks like the Blue Badger. Oh, sugar, sugar. Oh, that night in your embrace, when you stole away the keys, my heart held onto so tight. Pleasure, but a fleeting melody. It wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. Whoa, whoa, burning on in my heart. Fire, burn my love away, all away. Oh my, like a bullet of love. Fire, take my life away, all away. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. Oh my. Um, was that even supposed to happen? His guitar catching on fire? July 7th, 9:05 p.m., backstage hallway. Wow, wasn't Lemire amazing? I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? As many as they want. Apollo. I guess. I don't know. July 7th. Gaviner's dressing room. What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Uh-oh. Clavier's angry. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind of fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it! So much for risking your life for art. The guitar serenade is ruined! 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 Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. Yeah. Okay, but before we talk to him, let's check out the room. That speaker looks familiar. Oh, yeah, like the one for the PA system back in school. Oh, we have one of those in my classroom too. That's right, she's still in junior high. I feel old. What's a police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police. Maybe they're trying to trick kids into thinking the police are some kind of band. But that's just silly. Who named a band the Police? Apollo? In our world, in our real life world, we do have a band called the Police. Mega Man X is always in our hearts, whether we play or not. Honestly, Sherry Bellberry, you're not wrong, because I had mentioned this yesterday. Little trivia for you all, once again. The soundtrack that the soundtrack was done by Toshihiko Horiyama. And His previous works are the following. He's done Mega Man X, the first one, Mega Man X4, um, he's even done the soundtrack for Battle Network 4, Mega Man Battle Network 4, and oh, that's cute. He also did the soundtrack for Mega Man Powered Up, and he also did some of the soundtrack for Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies, the game I'll be playing next month. Onimusha Warlords. He did the sound design. Only the sound design for that. He also worked on Misadventures of Trombone, Mega Man 7, and he was uncredited for Demon's Crest. I love Demon's Crest. He also had some special dates for Mega Man Maverick Hunter X. Oh, he also did the OST for Spirit of Justice as well. Oh wow, sound designer for the Windows version of Resident Evil 3. Oh, Battle Network Legacy Collection Volumes 1 and 2. The sound designer. Capcom Fighting Collection. Oh yeah, for like the menus and stuff. Monster Hunter Stories. Audio designers. That's cool. And again, I've said this before. This song right here, this track right here, Guilty Love, you can tell the influence of Mega Man X. Like, I feel like I'm gonna get ready to select my Maverick on a stage select screen. Select your Maverick. Oh, hello, Chuckman. This is the governor's room. Yeah, our good pal Clavier Gavin, he sent 2 tickets to Apollo and Trucy for 20% off. That was his way of inviting us. He wanted to play a nice song after that trial. It helps him feel good. Hello, Air Chuckman. But yeah. Yeah, I was just indulging on some trivia again. That yeah, this music, you can hear it, man. Mega Man X influence. It's so hard it hurts. Oh, hold on. Ace Attorney Virginia. Let me see. Hold up. Control F. Dino Crisis. Yep. The country's name appears to have been reused from the Borginian Republic, a fictional country mentioned in Dino Crisis, another Capcom game. And Shu Takumi, who was the main developer of the core Ace Attorney games, was also a main planner and event director for Dino Crisis, which makes the similarity perhaps not coincidental. Oh, by the way, Chuck, before you got here, there were some Hadoukens. You might see more of them soon. That guitar! That's the legendary AA400, the Red Badger! I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it. Ah, the fickleness of youth. You should dye your hair badger red, too. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much. The stubbornness of age. She's one to talk. A police uniform hangs on the stand here. Oh, I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along. It's okay. You don't have to go that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly a type who's just another face in the crowd. Really? You think so? I guess you're right. Now I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation. Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there? Maybe they use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did, and we'll let you eat that stew. That's just mean. It gets worse. See, if the bad guy confesses, they say, okay, eat it, if you can. See, it's made of plastic. It's like, you don't know which ones are the real bad guys. I think you need to take a deep breath, Shrusi. Yes. Look, it's a postcard of Lemire. What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before. It must be her native tongue, Borginian. Borginian, huh? Postcard added to the court record. Oh. Let us look at the postcard. This is Lemire. And that appears to be Borginian. Okay. Someone drew the governor's mark in lipstick here. Lipstick? I'd like to wear lipstick someday. Oh, you don't use lipstick yet, Trucy? Daddy won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says. You'll be waiting a long time then, I'm afraid. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. I think that's all I could... Oh! Oh! A cruiser guitar! They sold these to commemorate 5 years of the band. Rocking it hard, under the speed limit. There's a cruiser bass, and a cruiser drum set, and a cruiser keyboard, even a cruiser whistle. I'm not so sure about that last one. It's for blowing the whistle on criminals. I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy. Alright. I think that's all I can examine. Alright. Hello, Glavier. The glimmerous fop himself, as Emma Sky calls him. Okay. Let us present our attorney's badge and forehead. Yeah? Understand that I am not Prosecutor Gavin now. I am lead vocal of the Governors. That badge sings a different song on a different stage. Right. I wish I had an alter ego to hide behind sometimes. What are those postcards there, Prosecutor Gavin? Eh? Lemire's, you mean? It's part of her PR campaign. I received a stack. You could have one if you'd like. Ah, that's good to hear. Trucy already swiped one, is why. But I... Ellipse. What's the big idea? Making me look like a criminal. It was a collaboration. I've always wanted to do a collaboration. Usually a collaboration is for creating, not stealing. Let the kid dream. Just like Maya. Alright. Let's talk to Clavier. The flaming guitar. You mean the guitar? That wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Who'd put up a guitar on purpose? But it worked really well, the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire. Burn my love away, all away. Ellipsis. Wait, you think the audience thought it was? Sounds like he got lucky. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did. Ellipses. He got lucky, he didn't realize it. Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. Unusually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Action! Today's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run. My guitar case is broken. Daddy told me there'd be days like these. Mega Man powered up 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 when. Sadly, Sherry, they never happened due to Powered Up and Maverick Hunter X not selling that well. They were great games in the PSP, but they didn't sell enough to warrant, you know, sequels, which is a damn shame. Ah, well. But hey, Mega Man Duel Override next year. Lamir's song. Wasn't Lamir's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics, and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. The guitar Serenade. Oh, it has the lyrics. What's this? A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lamira. Yippee! Thanks so much. All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. We got the lyric sheet. Interesting. It contains the lyrics to Lamira's ballad. Almost time for the third act of the night. Oh, there's more? Yes, Lamira's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, Ja. Hope you're ready to catch it. Woohoo! Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. Eh? I like the bit with Lamira, but the rest could use a volume knob. Turned way down. Apollo. Apollo, you're getting old. Ah! Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Apollo's 22. Well, I'm going. Let the old folks rest backstage, Ja. Time to rock. Hey, you're older than I am. Jerks. All of them. Oh, I can examine stuff again as Apollo. A police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. Guess the band's really into the police. Must be Prosecutor Gavin's bad influence. I thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious. An old-fashioned speaker hangs to the ceiling. That must be to monitor what's happening out on the stage. I think we had the same kind for my school's PA system. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow, I don't think a rocking defense attorney would work too well. That's an odd guitar. The design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. He looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? They should name this guy Emo. Oh, he is crying. That's adorable. But it can also be a little teardrop. You know, it's like face paint, like one of the members of Kiss. Oh, pun. Good to see you. We'll be seeing some Hadoukens soon again. Oh man, there's graffiti on the mirror in lipstick. Wait, but the Gaviners are all guys. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin wears lipstick? No. Jerry Bobbins. Oh my God, she was hilarious. She was a spoof of Mary Poppins. That guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. That's right. Trucy's not here to set me straight. Now I feel kind of lonely. Oh, a delicious bowl of stew made of plastic. Huh? The bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts. Whatever happened to t-shirts? I'm sure we'll see her again. My response to that. Oh yeah, that's right. She went through the freaking engine. I forgot. I thought she got hit by a power line. Oh no, when she made her entrance, she was swinging around on it. It's a stack of Lemira's postcards. They have an air of mystery to them that matches her voice. Thick leather gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try these on. On second thought, no. They might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. Yeah, Apollo, don't be a weird boy. Anyway, let us move. To the hall, to the backstage hallway. Like, oh look, there's the Blue Badger again. July 7th, backstage hallway. Hey, it's you! That right kid! Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. Oh, that's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious I'm snacking? You think I want to be here? Me in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing with that glimmerous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So where's this door here lead to? This one? That's Lemira's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snackoos in your face. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Oh, look, it's the Blue Badger. What's that odd-looking doll doing there? Oh, that's the Blue Badger. Could you try either talking or munching, but not both? Kadunk. She snagged me. Serves me right for going out of my way. Sorry, I don't speak snackoos. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. If you want tea so bad, go buy it yourself. She snagged me. I'll take a tea. A Gaviner's guilty as charged tour poster. They're plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is the concert venue. It makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience. Do you have to find fault with everything I say? She snagged me. I am being assaulted by snackoos. That's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I can even carry it. She snagged me. Let's see. That's a prosecutor Gavin's or the Gaviner's dressing room. Put so much as a hand on the door and I'll snackoo you. Hold on. But I just came out of there. Don't play smart with me. Huh. So this is Lemira's dressing room. If you even think about going in there, I'll. What was that? Was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You, out of my way. Emma! Lemira! Lemira! Oh, crap. It's not locked. I'm going in. Oh, damn. I didn't get to talk to her. July 7th, 9:30 p.m. Lemira's dressing room. Oh, crap. What's that awful noise? Chuck, Emma's only like this because, I said it yesterday. She wanted to be a forensic scientist. But, and then, the position was already filled when she got back and she wanted to, so they made her a detective. Emma's just a little different now, but like she's not bad, honestly. She gets a little better. We got to see her same, peppy self when we were doing forensics. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. It's Lemira's manager, Mr. What's his name? Apollo. His name is Mr. Romaine Lettuce. Not joking. That's how his name is. His name is a pun on romaine lettuce. It's Lemira's manager, Mr. What's his name? Lettuce. Oh no. Hey you. Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now? Mm, he's alive. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Who? Who shot you? I don't know. Ask. Ask? Ask what? Ask witness. Witness? There is a witness? Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Mr. Lettuce! Yipes, Emma, what was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been canceled. Backup's on its way. Is Mr. Lettuce? He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Roman Lettuce. Shot. And I heard his last words. The witness is the siren. Whatever that means. I swear, the most frustrating part is like, why won't you tell me the name? But it's okay. The way it was written is, it adds to the mystery. But like common sense, I don't know. I don't know. Actually, because think about, I mean, the guy got shot, you know. But again, I'm not gonna try and overthink that. But you gotta admit, it's like, yo, I got shot. Insert name here shot me. Dies. Oh well. July 7th, backstage hallway. The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Diane. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time then. Ja, Fraulein Detective? I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this. Oh, a gag order. No word gets out, other than that Mr. Lettuce is dead. No word of the cause of death, or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lemire? Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, Air Forehead. Yours too, Fraulein. On that? Hmm. An investigation report. Why just us? You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. That should be okay to sign, I think. Prosecutor Gavin's investigation request signed with great reluctance. Investigation request. Information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties. Right, well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Ah, one tip for you. Huh? Me? Try not to get in the Fraulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses, and now none of us can go home. We'll investigate all right. Our way. Well, yeah. Somehow, I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon. I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No. Let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Lettuce's last words. The witness is Siren. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. Okay, one moment, everybody. There's something I would like to do real quick. I'm gonna save real quick, and I want to return to the main menu. There's something I want to do real quick. All right, I want to go and select the episode. Let me see. Can I select this part? Oh no, I can't. No, wait, no. Hang on, everybody. I'm gonna reload the game real quick. No, because you know what I wanted to do, everybody? I'm gonna let you all know what I'm gonna do. I want to load up the part where I was talking to Emma, And I actually totally forgot that that happened when I was examining, and then the deed happened. Yeah, yeah, because you know me, I like to try and get like extra text, extra dialogue, extra interactions. Kind of like that time when I reloaded that one save before I did case 4 the second game. I went back to case 3 and I wanted to get the extra like dialogue that I got from Mo that I missed out on. Mo the clown. Hang on, everybody. All right. I'm sorry for doing this. My apologies for ruining the pacing. Hang on. All right. Cool. I couldn't. All right. Hang on, everybody. I just want to do that real quick. Okay. Right now, I'm quote unquote speed running. Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I just want to see, what happens here when I talk to Emma. Thank you for your cooperation and patience, everybody. The Gaviners. Emma? I've never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Better give her a wide berth. She snackooed me. Emma? Oh, okay, so when you try to talk to her here, she just snackoos you. Because, well, Emma's not in a good mood. Okay. What about that on the ground? What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lemira's bodyguard dropped it? Emma, will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Ha! You think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling? Oh, and on about whatever you're going to be sort. Oh, and on about whatever you're going to be sorely disappointed. At least I got her to stop munching. Wow. Okay. So yeah, everybody. So if y'all were, noticed, Mr. Lettuce here, he had an earpiece and it's outside there. Okay, that's all. That's all I wanted to do, everybody. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. I'm gonna go back to the main menu, and then I'm going to load up my game. Okay, loading game. Right here. Okay. Examine. No clues here, except I'm trying to click on it. There it is. What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone. Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset. What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Lettuce might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards? I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on. Yeah, but yeah. Emma's a little bitter for reasons. A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour. I love that name. Guilty as Charged. Seems kind of negative to me. Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trushi presents the Innocent as Charged tour. It kind of loses its impact, doesn't it? I'm thirsty, Want something to drink? How about this one? A steel samurai soda. Now in real steel flavor. Hmm? Oh no. Huh? Here, my treat. Hey, this isn't enough change. The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery. Ah, different vending machine prices. That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot. Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the band? Well, yeah. The Blue Badger is the Governor's mascot, too. Huh? Go figure. I hear those things fly off the shelves. I'll have to take a closer look at one someday. Looks like an instrument case, a big instrument case. There's a great magic trick you could do with one of these. Huh? What kind? The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case illusion. So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape. So picky. All right. That's the Governor's dressing room. The crime scene was Lemira's dressing room. Next door. Never know where clues might be hiding, Apollo. Let's case this joint. After you, Trucy. P.I. Lemira's dressing room. The scene of the crime. We're not supposed to go in there. But aren't we involved? Aren't we duty-bound to investigate? Sadly, no. Though the situation being what it is, now may be our best chance to do some snooping. Oh boy. Okay, so. All right. Okay. Let's check our court record real quick. Investigations request. To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case. District Police Chief. And we have a lyric sheet, which is something. We'll be hearing that song a lot, everybody. Don't you worry. I'm worrying that I have to hear it a lot. Okay, let's move out. Let's go to Lemira's dressing room. July 7th, Lemira's dressing room. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. You got to let us investigate the scene, please. Your attorneys know. Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Lettuce did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me. Please! Think of poor Lemira. Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Right. Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look. She's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung. No spot unspotted. Alright. So, before I do anything, I'm gonna do a little save real quick. Alright. let's present. Present badge. You always carry that around, do you? Just like Mr. Right. Huh? It's good to never let yourself forget who you are. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work. Come to think of it, why do I carry this around? Though I suppose that's one compliment it's got me. Because you're an defense attorney, silly Apollo. Sorry. I can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant. I am a forensic scientist after all. A self-styled one, at least. I mean, she wanted to be, but she's a detective. Alright. Okay. Let's get back to the... Let's talk to her before we investigate the victim. Mr. Roman Lettuce, wasn't it? He was Lemira's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who? Lemira. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. He's a big man. Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We've sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him. The crime. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? That's true. It was us who found the body. What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot into the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot. No one was here? How did they leave the room? That window is a little too small, is it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. Alright, let's investigate, everybody. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage for this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. It made it hard to hear Mr. Lettuce's last words. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are two here in the wall. From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are two holes. Wouldn't that mean two misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. Damn. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch. Sounds painful. No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. Look what we found over here. Oh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma. You're not going to say, "Can I have it, please," are you? Oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Oh. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self. Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch. The brooch has been added to the court record. Found at the crime scene. Seems strangely familiar. Okay. Oh, look, we can examine it again. Shrusi's still after that brooch, clearly. No way. If you want one that bad, get your daddy to buy it for you. Daddy always says, Trucy, if you want something, go find or borrow it. Oh, and when in doubt, beg. Leave it to Mr. Right. I should be concerned about Trucy's future. But I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch. That's funny. Huh? Another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the step ladder and more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling? I still say it's a step ladder. Actually, it's a step ladder. What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? Eh? When we arrived at the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. And that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy. Ellipses. I didn't do it! Eh? I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know. Of course I don't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you, sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? There's another Gaviner's poster here. I'm just about sick of seeing those, personally. Maybe I'll tear it down. Haha. No tampering with the crime scene, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me! Jeez. What's this poster? Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show. One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Ah! Apollo! Look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV. Yeah, wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was. Then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law. Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you? Oh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know. But still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Whoa, stop it. Are you two crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Please grow up. Alright. Oh, look everybody. The dead body. And other stuff. Look at all these presents. Lemire sure is popular. Oh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we? Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. It could be anything. I'm never having a birthday party again. Trucy, stop! Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian? All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. This is one of those things, right? At the barber's? A permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thanks. Better not mess with his hair. Emma, it's part of his identity, you know. That's a body, isn't it? Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Eek! Go ahead. Apollo, you first. Me? No, you should go first, Trucy. Really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on Snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Apollo, look at this hand. He's holding something. Hey, no touching. You can throw all the snacks at me you like, Emma. But sooner or later, you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. Ah, see there? He's holding something. What's this? A key ring? You think it might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual key ring, and what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue. Key ring has been added to the court record. The body was holding a key ring. I wonder what it could mean. It must mean something. It doesn't look like the kind of Mr. Lettuce would use. So the question is, whose king ring was it? Well, you're practically a detective there, Apollo. Practically. I'm glad it brings them so much joy to mock me. Alright, let's check out the brooch first. A sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type, though. So if it's not a safety pin, is it a danger pin? I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you can do that with a safety pin too, for that matter. Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin. Aw, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here. Oh man. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. Many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside that just looking at it. Alright. Key ring. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped key ring. This middle key is shaped like a guitar? I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case. A guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to. Ah. Alright. Interesting. Let's check this here. Eek! Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep. Says who? You know more about red stuff than I... Okay. Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Okay. Um, I think this is all we can do, everybody. All right, let's check this big old revolver on the ground. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver? That's right, a big 45 caliber revolver. Wow, I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Ellipsis. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't. Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackoos when it happened. I know, I know. No one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right, right? Revolver added to the court record. The murder weapon, a deadly high caliber revolver. They call me Revolver. Awesome. A 45 caliber revolver, very deadly. You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber and what does the 45 mean? Huh? Heh, you want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words, bigger bullets do more damage. Wow, chalk 1 point up for forensic science. You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Miss Science? Well, ellipsis. Hush. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Let's check the revolver. Oh boy. Nice, don't point that thing at me. Don't worry, I'm an old hand with firearms. I have one that shoots bullets. I don't want it shooting any bullets, thank you. Not those bullets, silly. My gun shoots bullets, the magic cat. Aww. A cat? Comes out of the gun? I can tell by your expression you've never heard of that trick. It's a great one. Honestly, that one sounds halfway interesting. Maybe I should get a gun that shoots out boosh. The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see? Revolver, revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast. I guess. You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closet... I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? Ellipsis. So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Let's not look at the scary revolver anymore. Look, there's a little window over there. There's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that. It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack. What? I was just saying it's possible. Right, right. No harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it is impossible. You could peek into the room through it, though, you know. Alright. So we got a lot of evidence. Oh, I didn't know I could go higher. That's cool. Because I think I remember, like, the screen was. Oh, I see. Alright. That's good. Okay, let's show Emma our evidence that we found. Let's show her the brooch. Okay. Okay, she doesn't know nothing about that. What about the key ring? What about the revolver? So this is the murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair, tell us. It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? Uh-oh, we better talk about this now. The murder weapon. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right, it's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. And that's not a problem. There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say, if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. I can picture that. Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yet, the killer used this revolver, and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high caliber weapon? Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. Dirty Harry gun was a .50 caliber Magnum. Yeah, that is a big one. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks. She left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great. How am I supposed to investigate? Oh, well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go. Huh? Go? Time's a wasting, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but... On second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Of course it will. Let's go. Okay, Magic Maya. Trucy. Let us... Well, let's examine this one more time. Huh? Another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'd say this ladder is used to climb up to reach things. Is there something on the ceiling? I still say it's a step ladder. Okay. That was 'cause Emma. No snatching people's brooches. Darn. Maybe there's another one lying around here somewhere. If there is, you can't have that one either. Don't be so stingy, Apollo. I think the word you're looking for is principled. Oh, different dialogue because Emma's not here. That speaker is blurring when it happened. Apparently, it monitors sound from the main stage, which made it hard to hear Mr. Lettuce's last words. Well, you know what I do at loud concerts? I wear earplugs. It really cuts down the noise. And this would have helped me hear him howl? You sure do, Chuck. That air vent bothers me. If Emma and I came in through the door, that makes that vent the only exit from the room. But it's much too small. Hmm, not if the killer were about your size, Trucy. Ellipsis, ellipsis. I didn't do it. Eh, I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know, I know. Of course I don't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Nothing. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. Two here in the wall. Well, if there are two marks, they must have missed twice. Not necessarily. Some revolvers can put a bullet through a person. So it wasn't necessarily a miss. Ouch, sounds painful. Yeah. Oh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Better not. Emma will find out. Somehow she will. How could you eat those without telling me? Yeah, I'll make sure to leave some for her to eat, too. I don't think that's the issue here. Damn it, Trucy. Ah, Apollo. Look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV. Yeah, wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. Sending one of my famous attorney, I'll get one. But Daddy never had one. I don't think he ever even had money when he was a lawyer. Great. Just stump my dreams, don't you? Uh, what's this poster? Let's see. This summer, Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show. One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Look, there's another Gaviner's poster. Emma didn't seem too happy about it. Maybe I should take it down before she rips it up. You walk around with that thing and she'll snip it out. Maybe I'll pass then. It's probably wise to be wary of Emma. I like the extra dialogue I'm finding. Look, there's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that. It's only big enough to stick your head through, and it doesn't even open all the way. What? I was just saying it's possible. Right, right, no harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it is impossible. Look at all these presents. Lemire sure is popular. I got a present once from a person in the audience. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Maybe you'll get one someday. From someone you defend. That's called getting paid. I certainly hope I do. Apollo has his priorities straight. This is one of those things, right? At the barber's? It's one of those permanent hair things. I've never tried one. Want to? Hmm, I think I'll stick with my top hat. We have an understanding, me and my hat. It's just a hat, Trucy. I like that hat. Uh, without Emma. The body was holding a key ring. Do you think it belongs to the killer? If it's not Mr. Lettuce's, that seems like a possibility. Eek! Is that blood? Um, why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep. Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Unfortunately, we cannot examine that yet. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. Look at all that makeup. All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. I guess she's not into makeup yet. Nope. A 45 caliber revolver. Very powerful. This is definitely the murder weapon. I wonder who brought this revolver in here. It's huge. Someone unusual. That's for sure. No one I want to meet. That's also for sure. Me either. Unless it's in court, of course. Eh. Not unless it's you know, somebody that works for loan sharks or assassins that'll communicate you via transceiver or clowns. or children, or old ladies, all kinds. Anyway, backstage hallway. Oh, who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever that was, he sure looked suspicious. All right, that was weird. Let us go to the stage. Finally, July 7th, in the wings. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Action! You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Governors, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darien on guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. Huh? What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I bet. My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp. And to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. Hmm? What are you two doing here? Hiya. Ellipsis. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry, wait. You were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Virginia, Detective Crescent. Right. Anything else? What did he just call him? Detective? Ah, greetings. Pompadour. Darien Crescent. Criminal Affairs, Division 3. Uh, hello? Criminal Affairs? Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Governors, do you? Something tells me that's going to be. Something tells me that's about to be remedied. Ah, guilty love again. Let's see. Select your Maverick. I'll go after Storm Eagle. I don't know. Anyway. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk about that right now. Even I can only take so much in one day. Funny, I always thought of Prosecutor Gavin as those cool, stoic types. The sort that never complains. How wrong I was. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. That. Does it look familiar? Familiar? It's mine. That's my key ring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is the key ring that was... Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? What? The victim? You mean Mr. Lettuce had my keys? Indeed. Hmm. When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop. I'll give her that. Apollo, Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us. And we'll keep mum about the key ring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? Let's see. I wrote those lyrics, you know, though it was Labira who gave them life. Wow, that's beautiful. Maybe I should try to write some lyrics someday. Okay, it's the same text after the first time when I showed him the badge. Let's see. Ah. Okay, so I was able to... Oh, one moment. I'm gonna reload something. Oh, okay. The case. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder. What else? All that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case? Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Lettuce than I do. For now, at least. Huh? You were the one who found the body, Ja, while we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. Well, we might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found. Yeah. The Gaviners. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising why even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. The Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police? The real police. By day, they pack heat, but by night, they heat up the stage. By day, those lips interrogate. By night, they sing songs of unrequited passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago, with 13 years hard time for love. Then came Love with No Chance of Payroll, and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness. The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Darien Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I'd hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today? A disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who missed a cue. The missed cue? They were arguing about that before. Great. I know I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. There it is, the Miss Q. What's this Miss Q you keep talking about? Aha, you heard it, didn't you? From the audience. Actually, I didn't notice anything. See, no amateur is going to pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this. What's that? A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. Oh, this is cool. This is but one of the devices used in recordings. This is one of the. I'm just gonna admit. Hold up. We're a five-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. You use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Wow, neat. So could you say, hear only the drum part? Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar, like so. There it is. Now listen. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again closely. Ah, the timing's a little off, isn't it? You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! Here he goes again. Right. Amateur, you will prove my point. Huh? Me? You will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part, is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders with W and S to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with A and D. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo. I guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. Use W and S to adjust the part's volume. Jump to another section of the song with Q and E. And use A and D to switch parts, right? Got it? Once you've found the guilty part, press R to point it out. Time to rock! This is a cool piece of evidence. Let's see. It is just the guitar part. Let's bust out the number three. Oh, that's pretty cool. So let's see. Oh, look at that. There's some piano in that part. Okay. So, okay. I believe it was part two. Let's see. Present. This part is off. Which is that, hmm? Second guitar? Ah, it was you, Dardian. Dardian missed his cue. Ah, well. Looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well. That's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Dardian. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. The mixing board has been added to the chord record. Allows music to be played in separate tracks. I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? Yeah, me too, Apollo. And it's cool for like the first 45 seconds until it loops. Look, everybody, I get to play Guilty Love whenever I want in different ways. Cool. All right, enough of that. Anyway, uh, let us examine a few things. Wow, that piano looks much bigger up close up. Machi played so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Why, it's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound. Why, guess we can fiddle. Let's see here. Don't touch that. A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says. They should require parental testing, clearly. What a big stage. It's on a whole other scale from the Wonder Bar. The lights were so bright, I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert. I'd like to do my act on a stage like this someday. Just hold back the lights for my eye's sake, please. You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights. You probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing them magic. Yes, Chuck, another one. I'm sorry I saw your comment. Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the nights and such. Why don't they use a stepladder? I prefer stepladders, really. Is that so wrong? Not wrong, just, well, why do you prefer stepladders? Oops. They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders. I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. And I prefer ladders that are like a boss fight. Y'all remember the ladder? Snake Eater? Best boss fight ever. Now that's a big instrumental. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting up open like that. Alright. Okay. Um... We examined everything, we talked to everyone. We're gonna give him the key ring again. Okay, he recognizes that those are his keys. Now we're gonna talk to him about the keys. The key ring belongs to Mr. Gavin. Yeah, I already read this part after I reload it. Hmm. Alright. Sorry about not narrating that part again, I just didn't feel like it. Like, before I reload it. Now let's talk to him about Gavin's troubles. You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting? And something about your guitar case being busted? You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. Ah, it all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring? It's got all my keys on it, Ja. My bike key, my card key, and the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this keyring? It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket's pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared? I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... The very one. Up in flames. And right on stage, too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Lettuce's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? Ellipsis. What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped key ring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Lettuce dies. Yes, and? Could it all really be just a coincidence? Coincidence? Meaning? Guardian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? Huh? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's really having a really bad day, or all this was planned. Ellipse. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Serenade? I am. What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed the connection of Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today? Well... I haven't noticed. You haven't? I just don't see the connection. Sorry. Well, don't just give up. Give it a little more thought. Wait, you don't mean this, do you? A lyric sheet? The guitar Serenade. What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough of the riddles! Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song. What? No way. The song's prediction. Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet, first, the key ring was stolen. And not just any key ring, a heart-shaped key ring. That's right, here. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. This is a heart holding keys. Yep. And next, his guitar burst into flame. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away. And then Mr. Lettuce was killed. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today here, this song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics. But who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you've stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein. She looks pleased. The lyrics predicting the crime? Clavier? Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The key ring, the guitar, and the murder. The key ring might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavins is calm and collected as ever. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics? To their lyrics. Yeah, so the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics? That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borginian embassy about this Mr. Lettuce. All right. Thanks, Darlian. I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here. Darlian. I like his animations. A foreign national. Mr. Lettuce was killed. It seems like that would have to be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves, ja? Ja. I guess this is all we're going to get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lamira to the question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamira is now? I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machi Tobai, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Lettuce's sudden passing. The governor's dressing room. Got it. All right. Oh, okay. So yeah, I do the connection. I just wanted to do the other one. I just want to let I just wanted to let Trucy, you know, I gave her more limelight. Like if I do the connection, you had to present the lyric sheet. All right. Okay. And now we are off to the governor's dressing room. July 7th, backstage hallway. Oh, eek! Who's there? There he goes again. Who is that guy? Ellipsis. Huh, Trucy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. So he is a friend. So he is a friend of yours. No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Curiouser and curiouser. Little Alice in Wonderland quote. Let's check out the court record real quick. Darian Crescent, 24. Guitarist for the Governors. His day job is as a detective in Criminal Affairs Division 3. Okay. Let us go to the Governor's dressing room. July 7th, Governor's dressing room. Ah, the mirror. What? What has happened? I heard that Mr. Lettuce has died. Lemire, you speak? I mean, you speak English? Ah, yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Virginia, but I am not Virginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Lettuce your interpreter? Ah, that. Yes. Well, it was Mr. Lettuce's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your pianist is also ellipsis. No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Lettuce? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Lettuce was... Trucy, huh? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said. Not a word. But Mr. Lettuce is Lemire's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect. All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course. I am always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lemire. Huh? He spoke Borginian. He said Hadouken. See? Right there? That's the only thing I can understand. All I know is Hadouken. I guess Hadouken is also Borginian. I thought it was surge waving. I thought it was wave surging fists in Japanese. And then bowing down. Yeah. I don't speak Borginian. I only recognize the Hadouken symbol. What is it, Machi? Hadouken! I don't know. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know Borginian. It's not a real language. It's made up. Just go with the flow. What? But you'd be alone. Hadouken. Um, what seems to be the problem? Machi. He is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right? Uh, sure, of course. Ellipsis. Hey, very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? Oh, Lamira also has a really good theme song too. All right, let us present our attorney's badge. Would you mind taking a look at this, Lamira? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what to say. I wish I could help you. Don't worry about it. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusals I've had. Yeah. All right. All right. We're gonna talk to Lamira. Lamira. The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? Yes, the same location where Dino Crisis. Again, it's so cool they reference Dino Crisis like that too. The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? I've never even heard of it. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Lamira, you're not from Virginia originally? Were you born here? Well, oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes. It is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. A painter in what? She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh? I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop while you're ahead, Trucy. This landscape painter in sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes. In Borginian, Lamira means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Oh, and Lamira, her name is Le Mirror, as in the mirror in French. Machi. You're a pianist. Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. Yep, very European. I met him while singing in restaurants in Virginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. Oh, it's like a fairy tale almost. I noticed he hardly leaves your side. I noticed he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Virginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are La Mirror. Together always. Oh, Mr. Lettuce. Mr. Lettuce was my new manager. New? Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Lettuce at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter. Manager, bodyguard, and interpreter. Whoa, that's 3 different jobs. Interpreter? Even though you speak English. Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Lettuce from the Republic of Virginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone. Mr. Lettuce was a talented man. The siren of the ballot? That phrase was his idea, you know. I am happy for him that it has become so well known. The siren. That's what he meant. Huh, Paulo? You are the siren, right, Lemire? That is the meaning of my name in Borginian. Yes. It was the name my producer gave me. But why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you. What do you mean, important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. The siren. Let's see. Let me save real quick. Awesome track here. Let me present the postcard. Okay. The brooch. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch? Yes, well, it may be mine. Yours, Lemire? I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lemire's. Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it. So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Is something wrong, Apollo? What was this brooch doing at the crime scene? Alright. Let's talk about the siren. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? When we found Mr. Lettuce, he was still alive. Yep. What? I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Ask witness. Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. The witness is Siren. He said Siren. Really? I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Lettuce said that? Ask the witness. And you're the Siren, Lemire. Ellipsis. Did you see what happened? Ellipsis. Lemire? Might I ask, are you with the police? Eh? Well, no. I'm a defense attorney. An attorney? Yet, there have been no arrests, yes? Is that a problem? Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But Lemire, I am sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us? I believe we are through here. I believe so. All right. Oh, oh boy. Here goes. July 8th, 12:22 a.m. Backstage hallway. Whoa, who's there now? Ah, it's you. Where were you? Rack, Emma. Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? Eh? Harsh. Mr. Lettuce's body has disappeared. What? Big man disappeared. July 8th, Lemire's dressing room. Ah, Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Lettuce's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the There's no need for alarm, fraudulent detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How can Mr. Lettuce's body just disappear? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Dardian? See, Gator's gone missing. It was in the dressing room. Gator? Who's Gator? That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen? This hasn't been a good day for guitars or guitars. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Gator's like a missing person. Not lost and found, man. Disappearing act. Well, this sure is a, what did he call it? Sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. Sorry, not much else I can say. It's alright. Top priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackoos should do the trick nicely. You should watch your sugar intake, Emma. So, there was a body here. It's gone now. There should be a body here, but there's not. How could this have happened and why? Okay. Present. Emma, just hold it right there. This is no time to be waving a bag of snackoos in my face. It's not a bag of snackoos. Look, what's important is that Mr. Lettuce's body is missing, and we've got to find it. She would be more convincing if she wasn't standing around eating her precious snackoos. Alright. We'll let her eat her bag of snackoos in peace. Alright. Let's check the stage, everybody. July 8th, 12:57 a.m. in the wings. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Yep. Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. Look, everybody. The stage has been raised. I'm not sure it's all that important right now. Let's check out that thing in the middle of the stage. I agree, Trucy. I agree. So we're gonna check the stage here. That stage there must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Amira and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look at the top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. Stop whining and start climbing. Irk. It didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Eek! We found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. A body, guitar in hand, and the pianist, Machi Tobai. And this is so, like, unsettling and out of place that that Guilty Love is playing, for the record. Like, come on now. Here we have a dead body with a guitar. Somehow the dead body's rocking out. Not really. Because it's dead. sorry to make light of a situation like that, but you know, this is messed up. This is like really messed up. The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist, Machi Tabai. Oh, jeez. Back at Right Anything Agency, July 8th, 10:09 a.m. Right Anything Agency. Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobai, the blind pianist, arrested on suspicion of murdering Romaine Lettuce. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Morning. Prosecutor Gavin? What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all, yet, the powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. A blind kid, really? What do you mean by the circumstances? Lamira was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Well, those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? And forehead, you seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. Make up your mind, Apollo. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case, especially not to the defense attorney. What? Did you just say? Me? The defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. He? You mean Machi? Machi wants me? This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question La Birra. Right. Later. I hope I'm up to this. July 8th, detention center, visitor's room. Well, I just don't get it. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so horrible. Right, you know, because the dude's apparently blind. You said that already. That little flash, the sunglasses was cool. Ellipsis. Machi, everything's going to be okay. We're here for you. Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night? Kinda hard because this dude only speaks Borginian, and we don't. Huh? I can make out a single Hadouken right here. Hadouken! Hadouken! I would be worried and shoot at a Hadouken. Ah well. That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lamira can help? But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Good luck. I'm off to question Lamira. Well, what are we gonna do? That's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do, but go with this and hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Hadouken, Hadouken. I saw two Hadoukens. That's the only thing I'm going to point out in Borginian. Hadouken. Because apparently Borginian knows Hadouken. And I don't know what any of those other symbols mean. I know what they look like. I just don't know what they mean. Does anybody here in chat knows how to speak Borginian? I don't think you all do. I'm just, I'm trying to make things fun for you all. All right. Now, before we go to the first trial day, everybody, allow me to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I've returned everybody. Okay. All right. I return with my fake German accent. Anyway. All right. I also got some more water. I'll turn one of my waters into cherry Kool-Aid later. Probably, maybe. Debating on if I should take a dinner break soon. Maybe. We'll see. All right. Let me just get situated, everybody. I just want to get comfortable, you know? And I hope you all get comfortable too. All right. And I also hope you're all enjoying this too. Because I'm enjoying this. I love these games. I'm doing one Ace Attorney a game a month. So I can get around to the other three I have not played. All right. All right, everybody. Gonna continue right now. July 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. And here we go. Ah, excuse me. I need to fix my little pajamas. I love these things. This has become my thing. All right. My little mascot. All right. Okay, everybody. Court is in session. Oh boy. Court is now in session for. How do I say that? Machi Tobai, Your Honor, the pixie of the arpeggio. Right. His trial. Court is in session. He couldn't pronounce. It's okay, Judge. It does look like a. It's a hard name to pronounce. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, Ja. No, actually. There was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Eh? I mean, you wouldn't say, get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. I totally forgot about this little side plot thing. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Oh, Judge is busy. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're in luck, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romaine Lettuce, age 35. The global manager for Diva Songstress, Namira. The cause of death? Blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. Lettuce's autopsy report has been added to the court record. Death due to loss of blood from a gunshot wound. Estimated time of death, 9 to 9:30 p.m. 45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? Let's check it in full detail. Victim's name, Romaine Lettuce. Age, 35, male. Time of death, July 7th. Between 9 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. Cause of death, blood loss due to 45 caliber bullet wound. Time elapsed between shooting and death currently under review. Okay. 45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering. Crime photo added to the court record. The victim shot in shoulder in the mirror's room. Two shots were fired. Alright, we can see this photo whenever we want. Two shots were fired. One shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. Diagram added to the court record. Crime scene was Amira's dressing room. Let's check out the diagram real quick. The two bullet shots are right here. The romaine lettuce is right here. And the revolver is right here. If we're talking about a .45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently, weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobai. Only this defendant could have committed the crime? But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Oh boy, we gotta deal with Emma. Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired, somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Ellipsis. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. No, you don't. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you want. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. Witness testimony. Murderous circumstances. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Cross-examination. Murderous circumstances. Alright. I know the circumstances under which the body was found. I was there. An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer? I'm sure they have a good reason. They must have had a good reason to arrest Machi. And I'm going to find out what it was. So for now, I have to press every statement here. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Oh, excuse me everybody, I dropped a few things. Okay, I recovered. I have to get one of my props ready. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day, at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning. No, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Love, slow acting anew, atroquinine, is waiting for you. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? Yes. This whole series is over the top, Apollo. The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I see. I could accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean? What do you mean, time on their hands? Please, the testimony. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. We were let in, though. Hang on. I seem to... There we go. I found what I was looking for. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the fraud aide special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then? And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos. Ah, hey, no stacking in court. And you're sure the shots came from Labira's rooms? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Ka-dunk. Ah, thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Munch. Please, either talk or eat. Not both at the same time. Well, right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring, perhaps, to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? That's right. When we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way, people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the governors with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe. Clavier Gavin's theme, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing, then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Ah. Objection! But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly? Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms are limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved in the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. I mean, he's only 14. I think you're no longer a child when you're 13. You're a teenager. Details, who needs them? He looks like a child, but he's a teenager. Only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. Objection! But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Air Forehead. And there's another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, Machi Tobai's fingerprints. What? Order, order, order! That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead? What fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Ellipse. Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience. So this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only one way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. Ah, I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I was in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It can't be over already? Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, the prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Ah, Apollo, they've got us in the ropes already. We better come up with something quick. I know. Think. What can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that, Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now. This is it, and so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof? Why, we will call a witness, Your Honor. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Astroquinine, my love. There he goes again. That's too bad because there was a witness. Ho ho, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. Yep. What's going on? I just talked to him, and now? Ugh. He's alive. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did. And perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is that El Forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. Objection! But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough! Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for? There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Why, it's none other than the mirror. The siren, Your Honor. Take that! The mirror? Recall Mr. Lettuce's last words. The witness is Siren. The siren. Aha, he meant the siren. That's right. The siren of the ballad, Lemire. Lemire was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lemire to the witness stand. Lemire would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her, no matter what it is. Ellipsis. Okay. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. Ah, you can speak English? Yes. Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came to my knowledge of your language. Oh. Nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lemire suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Lemire is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Lemire, she gives a good life. As lauded singer Lemire, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary strength. I mean, yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lemire. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lemire, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Uh, well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. Alright, witness testimony. Yay. What I saw. What she saw. As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. Wow, you just got badder, Apollo. Way to go. Urgh. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Lemire wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I gotta find out what. Cross-examination. What I saw. As for what I saw nothing. But you must have seen something. Mr. Lettuce named you. Mr. Lettuce? How can I tell you what I don't know? Lemire! He said you were a witness of his dying words. I do not know what he meant to say, but that night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. It was a great concert. You heard me sing? Thank you. I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually. Of course. Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice. El Judge. What's this? It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving. What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy. Apparently his grandson is a big fan. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lamira. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. I did not return backstage after the second set. You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing? I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. And was Machi with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was. So much for an alibi for Machi. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. With Machi, correct? How was he then? He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Lettuce's death. Yet he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting flames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far. We sat there, waiting. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. How was the incident explained by you? How was the incident explained to you? I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Lettuce died. Of course, investigations require some security. But Mr. Lettuce was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were beside ourselves with concern. Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. Yes, I understand. Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine Lemire lying, but she might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? Oh, Lemire! I did not return backstage after the second set. Oh, really? Then what was your brooch doing there? It was at the crime scene. Objection! I'm sorry, Lemire, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lemire's. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? The mirror. How did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? As Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you have been wearing it during your performance that night. I like underneath her veil, that was a question mark showing ellipsis. What is the meaning of this? La Mirror, please explain. Ellipsis. La Mirror? Oh no, don't you dare. Thankfully, Clavier was nice of us to translate to us in Borginian. Okay, she did not say Hadouken there. She says, English is quite difficult. That trick's not going to work here. Oh, look, she said Hadouken here. Hadouken, 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 Hadouken. Look at that. 4 Hadoukens. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? Oh, a Hadouken. In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Hadouken! Hadouken! Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? I would sure as hell hope so, because that would be a messed up thing, you know? Because, like, stuff like this is, like, really important to know more than, like, one language, I guess. Unless stated otherwise. English only. What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah, is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Roy, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. The witness. It's Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Yipes, Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped? That explains that. It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it. But that's ridiculous! You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? And forehead. He has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. So she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. A forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ugh. I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lemire, you did look into the room though, right? Yes. Testifies to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment. A new statement. What's up? Hubert swearing? Yes. Hubert is swearing up a storm. Hubert Hubert is a sailor. Also, representing Dimac TV. To Mario. I hope you enjoyed your birthday the other day. Yes. Alright. Let's press these two new statements. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment. Hold it! What did you see in that brief glimpse? I had only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice. And shut the door. I have always wondered, Ed Forehead, does that voice of yours lack a volume knob? It's my cords of steel, man. Just back off. Damn. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Lettison's body was behind a wall. Hold it! A wall? Was there a wall there? Is what in English? A division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room divided into two halves. And the murder took place in the inside half. I guess that partition might have hidden the body. Okay, and look at that, everybody. Our bracelet is whatchamacallit. Our bracelet's sensing something. It's time to perceive. So I saw nothing. The late Mr. Lettuce's body was behind a wall. But in his dying words, he did say, the witness. You're about to hit up an arcade? Awesome, dude. I would like to see those pics. You can send me them whenever. And I'll respond to you soonish. Right now, we're going to perceive. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Lettuce's body was behind a wall. Now let us hear that again. And we're gonna look for her habit, her twitch. There it is. Her neck. Her neck tenses up when she mentions the late Mr. Lettuce's body. We're going to confirm that. Gotcha! There it is. Almost kind of hard because, you know, she's behind a veil, but you have to look deep within oneself. Like, her neck is exposed under the veil. The late Mr. Lettuce's body, you say? Yes. You know something more about Mr. Lettuce's death than you are saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember. but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was it was so terrible, after all. Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot? One moment, Lemire. Yes. What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot? Yes. She was hiding something. I knew it. Lemire, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony. Eh? How could that be? Take this. Lemire contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. It was the investigation request. Tell me, Lemire, how did you know he had been shot? Eh? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Ah. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Lettuce had been shot. How could you have known? You, Lemire, you're hiding something from this court, I hope. Uh-oh. Ellipsis. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Ah, now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something. I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Lettuce had been shot. Okay. Hold it! Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes? Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lemire someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour, too. Okay, so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Lettuce had been shot. Oh, really? A likely story, Miss Lemire. How could you have seen the bullet holes when, according to this diagram, you know, eh? Objection! Lemire, they call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, Jaw, dude, this is his first game and he's kind of trying to. It's just everyone keeps taking away the spotlight from him. Come on, can I be cool for once? Apollo, you are cool. It's just, again, this game hardly gives you the opportunity to. But you'll become so much cooler the next two games. That's for sure. Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lemire, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes? But they were in the wall the door is on. Eh? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Yo! The mirror. Yes. I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something. And I must tell you what it is that I saw. Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded. And I'm certain it will be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Lettuce died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemire. Very well. Lemire, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. Witness testimony. What I saw too. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. Oh. There were two shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Mm-hmm. So you did witness the crime. And the killer was a grown person, you say? Ah, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Air Forehead. Ellipsis. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination. Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lemire. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Cross-examination. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Hold it! So you were heading toward the dressing room? Yes. So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time, Emma and I heard those shots. I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. Hold it! What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said. Yes. You need not worry, Lemire. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room. Into question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail? That little window on the wall. I saw the crime from there. There were two shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. You are certain you heard two shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer. And there were two bullet holes at the scene. No contradiction so far. It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi. It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure? Yes, quite certain. Ah ha ha. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Paula, what were you thinking? Trucy, let's just listen to what Lamira has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course. You see. You can't ask for a better testimony than that. I'm not so sure it's all that simple, Trucy. There's a critical flaw in this testimony, and I have to point it out, even if it wasn't good for our case. So, the fifth statement. It was a grown person. I know it was. Let us press. A grown person. That's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill of your language is lacking, I know. Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man. A young man. And you're sure of that? Yes. His voice was quite clear. Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room is quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Lettuce? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Lettuce who spoke, I should have known. I would have known. Indeed. So you were at the window, and you heard the shooter's voice. The voice of a young man. Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi. Ellipsis. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? It's really contradictory, but we're going to say it's pretty good for the funny option. Well, I have to say it's pretty good. Vital even. This shows that the shooter wasn't Machi. Ha! Sure you can't be serious, Ed Forehead. Why not? Lamir, I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place. That window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lamira, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
Objection!
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you say. And the victim named her the Siren as the witness. That's right. That's what Mr. Lettuce. We heard your claim. We even entertained the impossibility, and it brought us to this. Herr Judge. Yes? The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please. Hmm. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lemire can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Thank you. Thank. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear it from Fraulein Detective again. Okay.
Objection!
Wait, let me hear Lemire's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand. Ellipsis. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. Ellipsis. Jeez. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Air Forehead? I hope you didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the name that I dislike saying the same twice. I dislike saying the same thing twice. And I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Sky. Hmm. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Lettuce's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room. And a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, you see. Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved in the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though reading the reports, something caught my eye. Or, what's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. Yeah, we found him unconscious. She's right. Why did Mr. Lettuce's body disappear from the room? And end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. A perceptive observation, Herr Judge. Ah, thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? Witness testimony. The missing body. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lemira's song. I have words after this. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left a signature at the scene. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lemira's song? Yes, the guitar Serenade. You noticed it's code. You noticed it's code too, did you not? It's code. All the events that day follow the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen. Then, then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Les's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar to guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit, I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were. Hey, I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs, and counting to songs. But killing? It's a wild world out there, Air George. Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing s- I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Missing body. Yeah, about that, Emma. Hang on. First, I'm going to press this statement and I'm going to check the court record. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but that is such a stupid accusation. You mean to tell me this child, this 14-year-old, Machi, is strong enough to move this mountain of a man? You saw how big he was, right, everybody? Like, his sprite? You saw how large was the man, right? No. Like, I call immediate BS right there. Accusing a kid moving the body, unless, I don't think I know he can't, pick him up. I don't think he's strong enough to drag his body either. Anyway, that's just me talking out loud with some form of logic and common sense. I hope it comes off that way. Anyway, who would steal a body just to match some lyrics? I didn't believe it myself, but it can't just be a coincidence. It is as Friday Detective says. Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, Friday Detective. What? You want me to sing it? You are the witness, Ja. Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as vocalist is not trivial. Fine, fine. Ahem. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped key ring was stolen that morning. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Mr. Lettuce's life was taken by a bullet. Bravo, Fraude Detective. Your singing, it's not bad. Now for the finale. Guitar to guitar, up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Lettuce was found with a guitar, high in the sky, over the stage. Freaking weird. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. He's right, scientifically speaking. What would Waki have said? That concert was whack. Apollo, do not mention Waki Kataki in my presence again, or to remind anybody of him. If you're going to remind anybody of anyone or reference his father and mother. Winfred Big Wins Kataki and Plum Kataki, they're awesome. Waki? Waki needs to get his ass beaten. I'm sorry. I mean, he still had a tragic story, with a bullet lodged in his heart, but putting on a tough guy act in front of his father, he's a little punk. Anyway, it's hard to argue when she pours her heart into it like that. Anyway, the shooter. He moved the body to match Lemira's song.
Hold it!
Does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this? You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. Some deep reason. A deep reason? Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if he had a reason. And worse if he had none. The diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. Fraude Detective, I take offense to that description. I take offense at that description. Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say. Yes, this crime was planned for sure. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim.
Hold it!
But Mr. Lettuce spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh? It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own. Great. You see? No one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. It does seem difficult to imagine. Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt. What did you say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song? Ellipsis. Of course not, and I am quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music. They're even in my textbook at school. And I never heard of them. What does that say about me? I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Hold it!
But you can't say that for sure. Please, none of those non-scientific objections. They're bad for my complexion. What's so scientific about a murder to lyrics? Lyrics can be explained scientifically. Never underestimate the power of science. Put that bottle of fingerprinting powder down before you hurt someone like me. Okay, then explain it scientifically. I require more data. Ha! Likely story. This doesn't look so good, does it, Apollo? No, it doesn't. What do we do? First, we don't panic. Even though Machi's case is leaking water by the gallon, Gavin's on a roll. It's up to me to stop him. So, the fourth statement. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene.
Hold it!
What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, Ja. Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Dame Justice, what do I do now? Why, you raise an objection, good sir. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the hall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder, yeah. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. Yeah. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. A convincing argument, to be sure. Haha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it? Oh, it does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Florida detective. Very well, witness will add this to her testimony. Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude that the shooter was blind.
Hold it!
You can't say that he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fraulein detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent.
Objection!
But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? Ah, very good point. Well, Friday detective, if you would care to explain. He certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobai. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, air forehead, out of ammunition, perhaps? I never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Ellipsis. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Why, we do, Mr. Apollo Justice. Fine. I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Air Forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Why, it will be the crime photo, Your Honor.
Take that!
This is not evidence! The photograph of the crime scene? I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor. The crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you would best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, Ja. Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is... Well, the blood, Your Honor, right here. Look, there might be something written here, you know?
Take that!
The contradiction is right here. The smear bloodstains. I thought it was just my blurry vision. No. But it really was blurry, yes. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. Gesture. Gesture, yeah. It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha, I get it. At least I think I got it. At least I think I get it. One moment, everybody. Just opening a spare tab. Alright. Aha. I get it. At least, I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Lettuce was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in it but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. Hmm, that does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat. I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Um, no one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this? You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Lettuce was writing something in blood once the killer saw what it was. Wait. What? Once he saw what it was? But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Heck. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Manchi Tobai, is blind? He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible! Order, order, order. Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. Ellipsis. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet, up until now, it seems I owe the court an apology. Hmm? The Governors are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fraulein detective. If I may. What? Tell me, why do you think that Manchi Tobai is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist. He's a blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lemire lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have reports here on the defendant, Manchi Tobai. According to this, Manchi Tobai can see perfectly well. What? Oh no. His blindness is merely a publicity ploy by those clever Virginians. He can see quite well.
Objection!
But you said... What did I say exactly? and forehead. Not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fraudain Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes? Consider, Machito Bai sees, and he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems of this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Air Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback for the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. I believe this is our first time we see Clavier close up here. A simple accident, in other words. Heck, how's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. Erk, this is where the real fun begins, Ed Forehead. Yar. Damn. I know. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Haha. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. Ahem. If we can please end the bickering now. Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Aha. Aha, what? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right. With this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Ah, yes. Have we done those tests yet? Ha! As if I'm going to tell you. The blood stains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? Cool. You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press space to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hand's shaking. Ugh, crap. Let's do this. Yay. That's so fun. Like in case 5 of the first game. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot. Aha, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters, IPXX, looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Lettuce even know a number like that? Good show, Friday Detective. Rock on. Eh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Guardian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Guardian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. Hmm, I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet, this number is really that of an Interpol agent. Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tabai is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did let us know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Guardian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tabai. What are you talking about? Fraudulent detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Air Forehead? Huh? Me? Machi Tabari pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How can he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Hmm, something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. Hmm, I suppose people who would have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There is a reason why Machi Tobai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? Why, yes, we can indeed show evidence. Manchi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, Forehead. It seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. The postcard. Cause the mirror. Sightseeing music.
Take that!
That is La Mirror. La Mirror and Manchi Tobai. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. La Mirror and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Ah, ah, really? Really? It was all the other way around. The only one who needed to be led by the hand was the mirror. What's this? So you mean to say that La Mirror is... she's... Yes, Your Honor. La Mirror is blind. What? Order, order, order! This is crazy. Prosecutor Gavin? Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain, this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamira herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lamira. Oh boy. Lamira, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see, really. It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the whole world. So, so you are? Yes, as I mentioned before. I have no memory of the time before I became Lamira. Know, too, that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamira. I see. You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial, Air Forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah, now Lamira, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Uh, yes, of course. Though I admit, I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. Witness testimony. Lamira's eyes. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. But this is a murder trial. I apologize It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning. Once she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Cross-examination. I have no memory of the light.
Hold it!
So you don't know why you went blind? I do not. I may have been born this way. In fact, it's fruitless to attempt to pry into her past. And I might add, it's a delicate subject. I'm not sure we can reasonably expect Mr. Justice to do anything delicately. Hey, why I oughta take a deep breath and calm down. What I am now is all that I have. It is enough, I think. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound.
Hold it!
Weren't you nervous to hit the stage in your condition? No, not at all, surprisingly. It felt natural, singing in front of everyone. It's not something just anyone can do. She has talent, that much is quite clear. You might even say she is beloved by the gods of music. Even without light, I live perfectly happy in my world of sound. If that is a talent, as you say, then I thank the gods responsible. What about your PR model? My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this.
Hold it!
Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borginian scenery? Ah ha ha. No, it was quite the opposite. The opposite? According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality. Global? Multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts. Which is why my music has reached so many. What a lovely story. It sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all. My songs are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I am represented to the world so much. Yet, one thing quickly led to another. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see.
Hold it!
Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter and sound? That does not matter so much to me, really. But the label is quite concerned about it, I think. A landscape painter who can't see. That's like a pianist who can't play much, huh? I'm not sure you can compare your father to the mirror. The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity. I suppose that's her confession of sorts. There's just one part that bothers me, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Yeah, it's the fifth statement. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
Hold it!
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Lettuce? Of course. He was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering on your defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Mm, uh, he's alive. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Cold, so cold, witness. You're cold? Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. Mr. Lettuce told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Tisk, tisk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness, Siren? We've heard them many times, along for little play, acting by our defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before? What came before? What came before that? That's right. He tried to tell you. When he said, can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, Ed Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Order, order! Recall Amir's earlier testimony. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Lettuce witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Ah, but I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor! What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Lettuce left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Guardian. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romaine Lettuce. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Lettuce himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Lettuce was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lemira's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romaine Lettuce. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms. And the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you think? Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Christen. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it. Oh, Lamira says hold it. Wait! Lamira, is something the matter? That voice just now. Dardian? Mr. Dardian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? You aren't saying... That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Lettuce, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Dardian. Is this some kind of a joke? Oh. Damaged animation for Clavier, complete with the guitar riff. What? No way. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I've never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamira, fingering Darien Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamira heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no one be out now, Apollo. To be continued. Damn. Okay. July 9th, 2:12 p.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, actually nothing. I mean, something. Or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? G. I guess I would, or maybe, well, bah, I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly, Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was romaine lettuce, and the victim, Mr. Lettuce. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lemire told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Lettuce, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Daryan. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What? Is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? Yes. I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, time's a wasting. As I say, let's investigate. That's the spirit. Everybody, I'm going to be right back for a moment. I'm going to make dinner. Please don't go away, okay? Okay, I'm gonna make an announcement, and I'm gonna switch to my BRB screen. Please don't go away, everybody. I'm hungry. I'll be right back. Thank you for still being. Oh man. almost there. Okay. Okay, everybody. I'm going to be. I'm eating food for now. Hang on tight, everyone. Thanks for waiting for me. I got some chicken, potatoes, and some strawberry yogurt. Fruits in the bottom. Little mess. I clean it up. Almost done. Almost done, everybody. I'm eating my yogurt right now. Okay, I'm going to take out my plate, everybody. Thank you for your patience. everybody. I returned. I'm gonna switch over. All right. All right, everybody. I'm gonna switch on back. Thank you all for still being here. Whoever's still out there, you know who you are. Thank you very much. All right. I'm gonna switch over momentarily. Okay. All right. Hydrating's good and all, but sometimes it's not all sometimes it's good to take a food break because you need other stuff aside from water. I mean, I know in the end, water is the only thing we still need to live, but sometimes some good food to go along with it is really good. I had some good chicken and potatoes, and I saw some strawberry yogurt in the fridge. I'm like, okay, sure. I'll have that too on the side. Oh, geez, hang on. The last thing I need is soda exploding every which way. All right, we're good. No, it's like little splashes here and there. Oh, and this episode is brought to you by Hershey's milk chocolate. Yeah, good chocolate. Okay. Okay. We're good, we're great. I got my props. All right. And let me make one more announcement, just in case. Thank you all for still being here. Oh, and one more thing I'm gonna do real quick before I proceed. I'm gonna do that thing again. I doubt this works, but you know what? Let's see. There we go. I'm just doing the little blue sky thing where you can go live. I wonder if people even actually do that. Like they look their blue sky and see somebody you follow go live. I know it worked for a few peeps, which is cool. But anyway, you just came back for A1 crab. You had the Cajun boil bag. That's cool. I just got done eating chicken, potatoes, and strawberry yogurt. I made the executive decision to take a dinner break as we crack this case. So, so here's what went down, Chuck. So, first day of court is done. However, we still need more information. So we learned a few things that happened. So, we found out that what's his face, Mr. Roman Lettuce here, he is an Interpol agent. The thing that he wrote in his own blood was his ID number. His ID number to identify him as an Interpol agent. So we found out that this man was not only a manager, a bodyguard, and Lemira's interpreter, but he's also a freaking Interpol agent. There's got to be more to the story. Of course, there's more to the story. We also found out that, hang on, that Machi Tobai here He's not really blind. He can actually see. Lemire, however, not only can she actually speak English really well, she's blind. So it's almost like, because yeah, like Machi was the one that was leading Lemire around. Like they were a package deal together. Of course, there's more to the story, and we also at the end of the trial, she said that she heard a voice. She heard the voice of somebody talking. It was between the killer and Roman Letus. Lemire identified the voice as Darien Crescent. So they had to temporarily suspend like court. There was like a little uproar. You know, Lemire, she did a little accusation there. So we're gonna get down to the bottom of this mystery, as Trucy puts it. Because yeah, there's still more to the story. Oh, let's check the revolver. I think it got updated. Okay, yeah, it did. The murder weapon. A deadly high-caliber revolver belonged to Mr. Lettuce. Yeah, it belongs to the big guy. It belongs to this dude. It belongs to who once was a big man. So yeah. But we're gonna find out more information now on what's going on. Okay, here goes. Let's talk to. Well, actually, before we do anything, let's check Charlie. Silly achievement. Mr. Charlie, the potted plant. Huh? His leaves are looking a little brown. Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie, your leaves. Maybe you weren't giving him enough water? No, must be stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office. Hey, don't blame it on me. You are watering him, right? It was Daddy's turn to water him this week. Mr. Wright has been away on his top secret mission, no? I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. This is all my fault. I'll water you soon, promise. Yeah, Mr. Phoenix Wright is on a top secret mission, quote unquote. There are several books of magic mixed in with the legal books in the shelves. I dusted them recently. Nothing like the gleam of clean books. Well, how about some tea? Here you go. Thanks, that's nice. But this is not the time to be drinking tea. That's right, we have to get investigating. That was a close call. We almost relaxed. Bro, the office was like this before I got here. This used to be Wright and Co. law offices. This is the Wright Anything agency. This is Trucy's mess. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. No matter how many times I see that there, it still strikes me as odd. Really? I guess I've gotten used to it after growing up with it, always around the house. What kind of a home did you grow up in? I'd hide in there when we played hide and seek. You just get in, slide the sections around, and you're impossible to find. I bet you would be. That's one of those hats you pull things out of, right? Of course, my hat's like a little universe, bigger on the inside and on the outside. That reminds me of a sci-fi show I used to watch. Incidentally, my pocket is a little universe too, and my panties, and I get the idea. How is your magic act coming along? Well, I've been working on my cups and balls routine. Is that the one where the ball moves from under one cup to the other? That's right, the very same. Here, watch. First, I put one of the cups over the ball, then I snap my fingers. Ta-da! The ball's under the other cup. It's not there. Watch me pull something out of my magic panties. Nice try. Guess I know what I'll be doing tonight. Practicing. You could be my audience, Apollo. A faded photograph showing one of Trucy's favorite magicians. She talks to it daily for good luck, I hear. Ah, I almost forgot. I hope I become a famous grand magician. Oh, and I hope Apollo becomes an ace attorney. There, all done. I suppose if you're going to talk to inanimate objects, a photo isn't so bad. I've seen some restaurants that set out real food to show what's on the menu. I have too, but I noticed something strange. One time there was a sandwich without any lettuce, like it had disappeared by magic. I'm sure someone just swiped the lettuce and ate it. Wait, that sandwich, you didn't... Apollo, you shouldn't eat sample food, no matter how hungry you are. Just how hard up do you think I am? Alright, we examined everything here, including Charlie, who's instrumental. Let's talk to Trucy. Darien did it. Lamira dropped the bomb in court today. It was Darien. Lamira said she's never forgotten a voice, right? She said that. That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow, I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe. Maybe at Darien even? You bet I did. He is one of the Governor's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh, right. All the Governors have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Lettuce backstage. But Lamira heard him, didn't she? She heard Darien backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Yep, it's a coin toss, it seems. Agent Lettuce. An Interpol agent? I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah, anyway, you think he was investigating Lamira? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. That something being our case, the last something I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Lettuce up to? Ah, ha 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 ha. Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Oh. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a world is whispered. Grammari. Hey, the other day. Eek! Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? Ah, it's you, Uncle Valent! Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grimari, Valent Grimari, the Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grimari, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. 7 years. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not qualm, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him. It's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Real daddy? Trucy's real father? Oh boy. Present. Let's show him our attorney's badge. What's this? You would ask me for a miracle? Free of fee? Then thy wish be granted. Thy will be done. Thy evidence evicted into the ether. Ah, no evicting, please. Are all magicians like this, I wonder? Okay, so let's see. What's this? Okay, same thing. Alright. We're gonna talk to him now. Troop Grimari. Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grimari. Troop Grimari? Troop Grimari? Huh? No. Gramari. How about... By all means, Zophar. And hello, Zophar. Hi. Give you shall... Oh. Hey, man. Good to see you, man. I just got done having a nice little dinner break for myself. And, I'm continuing this wonderful case. I'm about to talk to this, magician here. True Gramari? Huh? No. But it does seem kind of familiar. Oh, lost life. Lamentably listless lad. To not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valent Grimari. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard of the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up at an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. You said he is a magician? I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grimari. Wait. Oh, what, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television. A long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grimari. Yes, Zach. Zach Grimari. Oh boy. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Oh, ellipsis. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. Daddy? Huh? Oh, no way! Trucy's father. Trucy's real father. Once upon a time, Troop Grammari included two grand magicians. Myself, Valence Grammari, and my partner, Zach Grammari. And this Zach was? He was my real daddy. Trucy's father? A magician. I guess it makes sense. I mean, it makes a hell of a lot more sense than, Phoenix Wright being Trucy's dad. So we have a defense attorney and a magician. That does not check out. It don't make sense. But then again, this whole universe doesn't make sense half the time. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad I'm good for comic relief at least. Not that I see daddy around much these days. Ah, I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? One moment, everybody. Okay. Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valiant. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum, the first time in 7 years, I could fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. This was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grammari. Will you watch it? Oh boy. Oh look. It's the video from, the first part. Shields and force fields that you always have up. Chuckman confirmed Magneto. Shield. Shield. Damn. Force field. This looks a lot nicer. Because I remember watching this on the DS years ago. I feel like they touched up the models a tiny bit. Yes, we all are in our hearts, Chuck. I think some of us, at least I am. At least I like that version, and for all the wrong reasons. Hanna-Barbera Magneto was something else, man. Stoned out of his mind. Oh man, we're going to be seeing this a lot too, by the way, everybody. This is going to be a pivotal piece of evidence. And one of the reasons why not many people like this particular case. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things that her song going on. There are more mysterious things in her song going on. Way more mysterious. Ah ha 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 ha. This Valiant Grimari has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Videotape receipt from Valiant! Yay! We got the videotape, everybody. Oh, by the way, Chuck, Trucy has been a Trucy? She's adopted. Phoenix adopted her, but there's a story to it, of course. Let's see. Court record. This fine gentleman, Valiant Grimari, age 44. Famous magician, often on TV, fond of exaggeration. Alright. Okay. This is all we can do for now. Though I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lamira vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen. I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestigitation. A modicum of magic from me. To you! So that's why you were at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course. I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. You mean like Zophar's domain? I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped, tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could? Tell me how it was done? well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Oh damn, Zophar can crack those shields. Hey now! Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. But he's known for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Grr, whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grimari, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door. Normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valiant Grimari. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamira disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. So many questions. Man, oh man. I like Valiant. He's awesome. Alright. Can we show anything to Trucy before we go? That again, you sure like your attorney's badge. Still, I'm afraid our clients are getting tired of it. Well, I'm not, so there. Damn. I'm not sure about that, sorry. I was ripping up the dance floor at the time of the shooting, after all. Yeah, she was. Alright, she doesn't know nothing about the evidence, because, yeah, she's just telling me. Okay, I just wanted an extra bit of dialogue. I love getting all the lore, all the dialogue. Anyway, let's get out of here. Let us go to the detention center. July 9th, detention center. Visitor's room. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobai can see. He's not blind. Megatron's upgrade 4 fusion cannon. Dang. Ellipsis. Ah, Machi. Speak of the devil. Ellipsis. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. I agree, Trucy. Words, words, words. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. I guess. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. Good point. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. I like this music. That security camera is looking at me. Why do I feel this sudden urge to make a silly face? Security guard. He stands here, watching this room. His eyes when he looks at Machi are gentle. Maybe he has a kid the same age. Oh. Well, we're going to attempt to try to talk to this dude. Trial today. So what did you think of the trial today? Ellipsis. Whoa, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Ellipsis. Huh? The bracelet. It was reacting. Lemira's testimony. I'm glad Lemira testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darien of the Gaviners. The detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. Hmm. Do a little quick saves, real quick. Or try this. Look. Look at the top row, everybody. For anybody just coming in. Hadouken! Where I'm pointing with my mouse cursor. There it is. The little Hadouken symbol. And he's speaking Borginian. I do not speak Borginian. I am sorry, everybody. It is a made-up language. I think he said, I am sorry I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator. Lies! Alright, we're gonna ask him one more thing. We're gonna try to anyway. Machi's eyesight. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see, and Lamira can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Alright, everybody. We can't do nothing for now. Again, this really is my personal favorite of the detention center musics. I think I still like the first one more. But this one, I like it. It's a good one. Alright. Let's go to the Sunshine Coliseum. July 9th. Sunshine Coliseum. Woo, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure, let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Ah, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Alright. Let's examine stuff out here. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge. And Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday, I'll fight my first battle on this stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. Look, a blimp. Those balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them. Let's see. Big sale, all shirts, 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Oh, look. What's that? Creature there. Oh, that's the police mascot, the Blue Badger. And it's life-size. Haven't you seen them around town patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true blue badger spirit, Apollo. Oh, there it is. That's scary. Freaking blue badger. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. A giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Oh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? Oh god. Okay. Okay. We're done examining. You know, that outfit, that hairstyle right here. Oh, they got rid of the little cameo. They redrew it, I guess. I could have sworn there was a little Larry Butts cameo you could spot. Like it was like right here. Oh well. All right. Let's go to the backstage hallway, everybody. Oh boy. July 9th, backstage hallway. Oh, hello. Ah, Mr. Attorney. La Mirror. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with five senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday. But how? Alright. That would be the Blue Badger, the police mascot. There's a guy outside in a giant Blue Badger costume lumbering about. He stands out even more than those Gaviners posters. It's all the same. He's the band mascot too, you know. I can't picture Prosecutor Gavin going for that kind of thing. Neither can I. I'll bet there's a story there just waiting to be told. A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour. I love that name, Guilty as Charged. Seems kind of negative to me. Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trushi presents the Innocent as Charged tour. It kind of loses its impact, doesn't it? I'm thirsty, Apollo. Want something to drink? How about this one? A Steel Samurai soda. Now in real steel flavor. Huh? Here, my treat. Hey, this isn't enough change. The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery. Same text as last time. Looks like an instrument case, a big instrument case. There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these. Huh? What kind of... The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case illusion. So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape. So picky. Alright, that was different text. That's the Gaviner's dressing room. They're all out on the investigation. Being backstage isn't half as glamorous without a band here. That's Lemira's dressing room, and the scene of the crime. It's kind of lightly guarded for being a crime scene. I'm not complaining, makes it easier for us to go in. And Emma gave us her okay, right? We can wander in and do as we like. How is Emma doing anyway? I hope she's not getting cavities from eating all those chocolate snackoos. That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small, maybe no one's noticed it. I kinda want to pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out in my mind for some reason. Alright, let us talk to the mirror after presenting our attorney's badge. Do you think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I have heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. She was still pretending she could see then. Yep. Alright, we're gonna talk to her now about things. The voice. That was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait, La Mirror? Is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Lettuce were talking about something. The next moment, I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah, at least she certainly thinks it was. Machi. I met Machi before my debut as La Mirror. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia, and he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned that I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Mr. Lettuce. About Mr. Lettuce. Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. Darkness. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became La Mirror. I awoke from darkness, into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lemire is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lemire. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Okay, let's present the videotape. Oh, whoops. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently, they hired a professional magician, Valent Grimari. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grimari made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? Ah, I am reminded that I wished to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So can I put it on? Headset attached to Trucy. Wow. Receiver transmitter for voice signals. All concert staff wore one. Attached. I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Let's check it out. 10-4, that little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations. You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Well, you see, Apollo, Emma, she used to be a up-and-coming forensic science. Like, she wanted to be in forensics. I got to do all that cool forensic science stuff in the first game, for Case 5. But she couldn't be a forensic scientist. She became a detective, unfortunately. But she could still. But we did some of that in Case 2, which was always fun to do. All right, let's present the headset to Lemire. Can I ask you about this headset, Lemire? You said that all concert staff was wearing one. We're wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all the band members too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only to use on stage, and a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Alright, so it didn't really tell us, but the headset got updated. Receiver transmitter for voice signals with a 30-foot range. All concert staff wore one. Okay. Yeah, it should have did that little jingle. Hold on, everybody. I need to use the restroom. Listen to the mirror's nice theme before I be right back. Hey, everybody. I have returned. I had to use I had to do a little restroom break and wash my hands. Alright. One moment, everybody. Okay. I am good to go for the remainder of the night, I believe. Thing again. I can't say this enough, everybody, but I can. Thank you all very much for still being here. I hope you're all. Oh my goodness gracious, what's this? Oh, hey! Ollie Ryden! Hey there! Thank you for the raid. I just got back. Hey there! Let me give you a shout out real quick. Hey there! There you go. Ollie Ryden. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to my channel. Hey, if you're still there. Yeah. Hey there. Hi. Um, I will continue the game now. And if I see the chat light up, which I will, you know, tell you what Hey there! Howdy howdy. You're just doing wrap up with your co-host? Oh, nice! You were co-hosting with someone. That's cool. Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself. Hi, I'm GOG0. I like to play video games. Wow. That's like wow. It's like that's what the large majority of Twitch says, right? You got a friend who helps you do the voices for Ace Attorney. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. For like authenticity and all that, and it's also fun as well. You know. Well, I'm sorry. I meant to say authentic as you want it to be. But yeah, man. Thank you for coming by. So, yeah, I play all kinds of stuff here. I guess I'm a retro variety streamer, I suppose. I play whatever's classified as retro. I'm not gonna bring up like the cutoff point. Like, take games, take GameStop for example. On their silly social media, they said GameStop has declared Xbox 360, PS3, and the Wii U as retro consoles. That's for their little business. But no, I'm not gonna like bring that up. I know people like to think they like to make like a cutoff for retro, but nah, retro is a style. It can also be not only like a style, but it's also like an aesthetic as well. But anywho, yeah, I play all kinds of stuff. I play retro, whatever's classified as retro, whatever's on my Steam account, and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. And I also here's another statistic about me. I have, as of right now, completed 574 games. Oh, excuse me. I have completed 573 games on my stream. I've only been streaming for 2 years. Well, I'm about to stream to first. Well, my second year anniversary is coming up next Friday, and yeah, it's been nice. It's been fun. But thank you. I've been revisiting the Ace Attorney series. Since last year, December, I wanted to do the thing that everybody was doing. It's called almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. So during that time on Case 4, I did the thing and I'm like, hey, I'm going to revisit every single Ace Attorney game, including 3 I have not played. There are 3 Ace Attorney games that I have not played yet. I have not played the 2 Great Ace games, and I have not played the second Miles Edgeworth game yet. So I've been revisiting an Ace Attorney game a month, and I figure, hey, I would like a nice refresher course on the entire series. And there's a couple of people in my audience who hasn't even seen these games, hasn't played them, and a good few select people, they know who they are. They have enjoyed watching along. This is it's been their way of living on through these games. I've got a new fan, a good pal of mine, Chuckman315. He's been enjoying my playthroughs. That's one of them. That's whom one of them. But thank you all. But yeah, and I know other people on Twitch does other stuff too. They do VR chat, art, just chatting. Great Ace is fantastic. That's how you started that. Oh, a few years ago, because if I recall correctly, I believe the Great Ace Attorney games by timeline, they were way before, well, Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice. You're currently halfway through? AA6. Ooh, your first time. Nice. And then you're going to do the Edgeworth games. That's awesome. Because, yeah, I'm doing the games in my own little order as well. So, I got done with the Phoenix Wright trilogy, and I'm doing the 4th game right now. And then next month, I'm going to be doing Dual Destinies. And then next will be Spirit of Justice for me. And then I'm going to get around to playing the Great Ace games. And then I'm going to leave the Miles Edgeworth games for last, because my reasoning would be, hey, Miles Edgeworth, he's my number 1. He's my favorite Ace Attorney character. I figure I'll save the best for last. And yeah, and then sometime in October, I want to play what's it called again? Hang on. I never played it before, but sometime in October, I'm gonna get around to playing Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective. I've never I've only played a demo of it years ago on my old Nintendo DS, and that was cool. I can't wait to get around to doing that. I cannot wait to do Ghost Trick. Yeah, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Yeah, so I've been spacing out the heck out of these games by doing them, once a month and separating the longer cases to like separate days for the sake of my vocal cords. Anyway, let's see. You played the first four games, you liked half of five, you dropped it for the other new releases. So GAA, half of five, and six were new to you. Nice. Yeah, they take place 100 years ago. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm catching up with chat real quick. Oh my God! Hey Grotto, freaking Grotto. I forgot. Hey Grotto, good to see you too, man. I see you, Grotto. Hold up. Let me and I always make sure to when any names I see, I always thank everybody at the end of my stream. Oh snap! Ultima, Ultima Mantoid. What is this? You are there too. Hold up. Let me holy crap. Hold up. I gotta give a shout out to Ultima. And then let me get Grotto real quick. No, it's cool, Grotto. Totally okay, Grotto. It's all good, man. We all have, you know, stuff to do, man. And you're doing the good stuff. Oh, like it's cool. So let me see. Hold up. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Ultima, I see it. One of your least favorite cases you've played. Oh, I don't blame you, Grotto. I mean, Ultima. Sorry, I'm getting my names mixed up. I see y'all. I see the messages. Yeah, I don't blame you, Ultima. I'm gonna say my piece about this case after I'm done, of course. Cause yeah, this is definitely a couple of other peeps that I know, like another community I know that isn't really fond of this particular case. I mean, there's one thing I did love about. I'll say one thing. You gotta admit, this piece of evidence is cool to fiddle around with. I do like the mixing board. It's so cool that you can just mess around with Guilty Love. Let's see. You think the only one you like less than this is the first in the second game? Oh. Turnabout Memories, where Phoenix got amnesia. And this is probably third above that, and of course the circus from the second game. Yeah, Turnabout, Big Top. All right. Yeah. All right. Oh, no worries, Ollie Ryden. I will take care of your community. I'm sorry, I'm still going through. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can imagine it is late. Thank you very much. Thank you very. You have a good night too. All right. Um, wait, do we talk to her again? No, we don't. We're good. We're done here with her. All right. Next course of action is the stage. July 9th, in the wings. That song. Isn't that the one Lemire was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitar Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. This guy. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Violet, what exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. The Lamir's teleportation illusion. Oh, should anything go wrong, it will reflect poorly upon me and my troop. Yeah, your troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano, and I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valley can shed some light on this whole thing for us. Yes. Alright, let me talk to this dude, Lamira's Illusion. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamira's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed! The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream." Like a dream. Yet, what could I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower, but in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing, as far as the fortunes of Group Grammari are concerned. So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. After we talk about Troop Grammari. I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Grammari, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. Actually, yes. You're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnify Grammari. It was he who began the great group. It was he who began the great troop Grammari. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet, several years ago, that time came to an end. My troop pulled the Vanishing Act. Yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen, a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true. I still went to all of your shows. It's like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise, up from obscurity, onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramari, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean? Yes, Zach Gramardi, Trucy's father. Before he disappeared, 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramardi in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Gramardi. Valiant and Zach. Our founder, Magnified Gramardi, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to this door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zack were the shining stars in the Gramardi crown. Cool, huh? And Zack Gramardi is my daddy. Now that Magnify and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gramardi, who brings the Gramardi miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill, coming up. How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Lettuce up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places, now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy's bad of heights too. Huh? No kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled, "Objection," over and over. Poor guy. That's the ladder we used to climb up the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. Look at all that electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're going to make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. You. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look! This was stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. A switch has been placed in pocket. A switch, you say? Found on the stage. It's a switch for something, and that's all I know. This switch sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't. You might blow up the whole Coliseum. Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times. Alright, true CPI, please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room? A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor? Okay. Trucy, no, stop. Anyway. And now we shall... I don't think he'll know nothing about this. Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is this stage and be upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye. True, you're getting on in years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh? This is not how I was seeing it. So he doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point. Alright. Now then, we can get on out of here. Let's check Lamira's dressing room. Hello. Hi. To the dressing room. July 9th, Lamira's dressing room. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstain from Mr. Lettuce left? My department chief had a field day of that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Lettuce was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolates Nagoos popular down the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not going to find any clues in there. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? Before we do that, let's check here for a silly achievement. A speaker for monitoring the stage. It was blurring at the time of the shooting. It's a pretty old model for such a nice place. I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Thought that a loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse. Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo? Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. What? But that's almost $600. $5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. Trucy's woes. Yay, we found out more deep lore about Trucy's allowance. Look at the way those bullets tore through this thick wall. That revolver really was something else. I wonder if someone as little as me could even fire it. Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp on your stage career. Yeah. Daddy always has stiff shoulders. Maybe that could loosen him up. Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it. Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet. Trucy. And as a reminder to everybody, this freaking big 45 caliber revolver can dislocate someone's shoulder of its size. I got so much more to say about that too, but I won't. I'll wait until after the case. The shooter must have used that to climb up the vent. All this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here. I don't think Mr. Lettuce was shot because of the ladder. You think it was Machi? I guess. That air vent is pretty small after all. Does that prove he was at the scene? Did he escape in the time between the gunshots and us opening the door? That's the air vent with Machi Tobai's fingerprints. What's with the frown? Can't a girl frown anymore? Is that a crime? Of course not. I just meant Machi Tobai's fingerprints are on that air vent. Why would his fingerprints be there if he wasn't the shooter? That's not a question I want to have to answer in court. Hey, wipe that frown off your face. One stick in the mud per crime scene, please. I guess girls can frown, but defense attorneys can't. Jeez. That's one of the biggest, most expensive looking TVs I've ever seen. Too bad you'll never own one. Never's kind of harsh, Trushi. How about for all eternity then? Same difference. Jeez. A Gaviner's poster. How many of those did they put up anyway? Prosecutor Gavin looks so cool on stage. You should learn to play the guitar too, Apollo. You could accompany my magic act. We'd certainly be a novelty act, if nothing else. I'll think about it if I ever lose my attorney's badge. Oh god, no. It's a poster for another show. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. I looked into that performance group. Turns out they're all law enforcement related to. Apparently, their serious portrayal of law and order is a big draw. That sounds so boring. It's probably pretty interesting. You're a complicated man, Mr. Apollo Justice. Right after the shooting took place, Lamira tried to come into the dressing room and dropped her brooch. I think that fits the other stuff we know. Do you think the timing of when she dropped it is important? Yeah, something about it bugs me, that's for sure. Look, it's fruit. Fruit. Apollo, fruit. I heard you the first time. It sure is a lot of fruit. I doubt anyone would miss a bit of watermelon. I know, I'll make it vanish into my stomach. Better not, they might make you pay for it. And if you have the money for that, you should probably repaint the office first. Watermelons are that expensive? These could have been imported from some exotic locale for all we know. Alright. Ooh. The murder weapon, so it belongs to Mr. Lettuce. That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Mr. Lettuce was a big man. But how about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? That's one of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons. Is that what they're really called? Permanent dryers? Do I look like a beautician? I just know they dry your hair and give you a permanent. It just doesn't sound very glamorous, you know. Okay, how about a perm machine? Or you can go more simple, like permer. This isn't a bad game, thinking of official names for things. Not that it makes the name actually official or anything. This was the window where Lamira saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way? Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. Look at all that makeup. All I know is they sure don't make for such... they sure don't make for much of a clue. I guess she's not into makeup yet. Alright, so... Look, the carpet's been torn up here. That's the part we did the luminal testing on in court. Loony Mall? What's Lunimal. It's luminal. Get it right. Emma's kind of scary when it comes to science. Best learn the word and not incite her wrath again. Oh, Emma. Alright, let's talk to Emma. The trial today. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamira's testimony. You mean her saying she heard the Tetadarian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Me too, Apollo. Me too. The case. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case. About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar Serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. Then, Lamira flew through the air. Then, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Lettuce's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. Something strange. So what did you find? I'm so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. It's so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Alright. You know, you're a bit like Mr. Wright. He always carried his badge around too. Huh? I think he did it so he'd never forget who he was, or his duty as a defender. Something like that. Pretty noble, really. I guess there really isn't a need for me to carry this around, though it seems to have made a decent impression. Do you think you could take a look at this, Emma? Emma? Her rate of chewing is increasing. Better back up before it's too late. That's an Interpol issue revolver, right? Which means it belonged to Mr. Lettuce. He must have had it to begin with. Sounds that way. So if it was Machi, are we saying Machi stole it from Mr. Lettuce? Now that's really hard to imagine him doing. Alright, let's move things along. We need to show her the switch now. Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for though. A signal. You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Ouch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Ack. Well, now we know what this is. Now we know what this is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up. That's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. And we found out that this switch triggers an igniter. Use with caution. Now let's talk about the switch. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you. You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Remote trigger updated in the court record. Found on stage. It triggers an igniter within 30 feet. Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lemira's dressing room, that covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Forum diagram added to the court record. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. The igniter has been added to the court record. Found at the crime scene. Emits a flame when triggered by remote control. Let's present... Alright. So let's take a look at the diagram. Dressing room 2, dressing room 1. And the stage is up there. Now let's take a closer look at the igniter. All these little parts, it's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out, other than that. Good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. Alright, that's all we can check for the igniter. We got extra dialogue. Alright. Okay. Let's move on out of here. Hello. Back outside to the Sunshine Coliseum. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Darien. That old bag opens her pie hole, and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darien isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. Okay. Now then. Okay. Let's present stuff real quick. Look, if you want to talk about the case, talk to someone else, Kay. Don't want Gavin having another one of his hissy fits. Alright, he doesn't want no evidence to present to him. I just wanted to see if I got extra like dialogue, you know? Alright, we're gonna talk to him now. Your alibi. So about your alibi, you have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots and found Mr. Lettuce dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they weren't letting me work. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamira's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? Okay, she's only 40. Dude, whatever. How could she possibly identify me? Prosecutor Gavin. They won't let you work? He won't let me work, Gavin. Says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He could be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ah, it was you, Dardian. He's just a perfectionist. It's all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune. I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? Nope. The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Damn. and tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened. Okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song. Eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Creston. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Deliver a message to Gavin. Screw you. Hi. Screw you. Be right back. I gotta use the bathroom again, everybody. Hey, everybody. Excuse me. Oh, there it is. I returned. I had to use the bathroom and wash my hands. Hang on, everybody. Oh, man. Once again, I still thank you all for being here. I took a nice dinner break from a while ago, and I took, several trips to the bathroom and washed my hands. This is like my third time going to the bathroom. I assure you, I'm all okay. I am okay, everybody. This is I knew this was going to be a longer case than case two yesterday. All right, we're going to go take a visit to Gavin's office. Wow, July 9th, Prosecutor Gavin's office. So, this is it. The governor's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object? Whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We just be waiting quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, lettuce. Lettuce? Look, Don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Dardian. Huh? Huh. Hiya. Teehee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough teehee in the world. In any case, have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask you about the concert or the case. Which way to go? The case. Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, air forehead? I read the funnies. Then you would not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy. The Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show. It's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah, yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Virginian newspaper added to the court record. Lamir's testimony would probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Dardian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamir was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. The guitar Serenade. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamir, if I remember correctly? That's right. It was last year. I had gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamir's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Machi on piano, that Dorset voice. and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from the mirror. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's only brown, not really charred. No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think he could show it to us? Your charred, I mean, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? This display shows all the evidence for the case. Look, Apollo, he's got 3 televisions. Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once? I wish I had 3 TVs. What could you possibly do with 3 television sets? I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know. I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once. The first 2 seem useful, I suppose. What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused. I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair, isn't it? That is an ergonomic adjustable office. I love the ones with the vibrating rollers in your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong? No. I merely realized the futility of an explanation. Look at all the guitars. Why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They are like my lovers. I didn't just hear him say that. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitars while he watches. That might be a little too rocking. Ah ha ha ha. Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of a man who would do such a thing to the ones he loves? No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin? God of Rock. Wow, look at that stereo. To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume, even when I'm working on a case. That's such a huge speaker. It must be really loud. This room is completely soundproof, of course. Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something. Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out? And lately we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training. Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright too. Okay. Let's examine the Burns guitar. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How is that guitar tied to everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang? So he put it on the plate for later consumption. You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I am asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, let us. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lettuce? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Lettuce was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? Alright, let's talk about Lamirer's guitar first. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamira. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamira's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar, it's too bad it got burned. Prosecutor Gavin's guitar added to the court record. A gift from Lamira, sent from Virginia. Burned the night of the concert. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd, that device looks strangely familiar. The strange lump. This was found in Mr. Lettuce's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about an inch and a half long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Lettuce was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Florine. Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you can just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh, there's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Lettuce went through all that trouble to become Lemira's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump, and he died for it. Replica has been added to the court record. Replica of something held by Mr. Lettuce. Apparently, the focus of his investigation. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lamira. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Bargenian. Alright, let's check out the court record real quick. There's lightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burned clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part? The burned cleaned through, or the useless piece of junk? Alright, let's check out the replica. Replica! Sample, huh? Think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty, multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer? Sample toys, when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Okay. Alright, let's present the igniter to Mr. Gavin. Or... No, wait. Yeah, the igniter. Mm-hmm. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene, in Lemira's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. Hmm? I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the strange lump of plastic, the one that Mr. Lettuce was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Air Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives. All of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal to discover the truth. Ellipsis. That's why I like to keep relations civil. Ja. That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraud aim? Can I ask you why you sing in the band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. All right, peace. Let's go back to Sunshine Coliseum. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lemira is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemira's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own, being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Okay, let's go to the backstage hallway. July 9th, backstage hallway. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lemira went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. Alright. She's not in the... there. She's not in her dressing room, I don't think. Nope. Yeah, I know where she is. I was just double checking. She's at the stage. And then we can have access to the wings. July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Oh, we're at the wings. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all a mirror has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like, something's changed? Changed. I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? Oh boy. So, that's the ladder we used to climb up the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. Alright. What do you think that thing was doing in there? Throwing things inside pianos can't be good for them. Not to mention you wouldn't be able to play whatever notes go with the strings it was on. But the piano was fine during the concert. That must mean it was thrown in here after Machi played. So maybe someone threw it in here after the second set. Alright. Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're gonna make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. Same text. I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Lettuce up there on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too. Huh? No kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Okay. Alright. The thing that's actually different here is this bass case. Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Huh? I guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closes. Something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Oh, snap. Eek! La Mirror! La Mirror! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemire was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Tracy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Damn. July 9th, 5:53 p.m., the Hickfield Clinic waiting room. Emma, how's Lemire? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to us short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that all right? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Damn. Lemire! Ah, Mr. Attorney. You were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? Ellipsis. Alright, time to talk. Attacked. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me. The first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah. Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, it sounds like a really close call. The assailant. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I considered that I was struck high in the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult, and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lemire? The detective asked me this too, and to her, I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. Alright. I'm sorry, I'm not quite recovered from the attack. She looks like she's had a rough day. I'll just put this piece of evidence away for later. Alright. It's time to show her. The replica. Yeah. I'm gonna show her the replica. Well, let her feel it, because she's blind. Ah, Lemire, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This? This is what? Mr. Lettuce was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity. as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know. Of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon, or rather a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. And now we shall talk about the Borginian cocoon. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. One moment, everybody. Oh, okay. But this isn't a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to? Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. 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 It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Lettuce was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Lettuce wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Lettuce had Lemira marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemira. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us, if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to get to the bottom of this. July 9th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret it for us, Lemira? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Oh, there's a Hadouken, everybody. Hadouken! Right there. Ellipsis. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? Ellipsis. What do I mean by secret? Well, the replica, Originian cocoon replica, held by Mr. Lettuce.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Ellipsis. Hey, you got a reaction, a big one. Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Ellipsis. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lemire, please interpret it. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If he won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. Ellipsis. Borginian. He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Borginian. Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Hadouken. I see a Hadouken right there. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? Wardinian. The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. Hadouken. It's a cure for incuritis. A cure for incuritis? The replica has been updated in the court record. Replica of a cocoon from which a remedy for incuritis may be extracted. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. Ellipsis. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Lettuce was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little. Well, you're only 15. You're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? Virginian. Oh, Hadoukens. Ellipsis. He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? Virginia, I can't go home. Can't go home? Hadouken. I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Virginia is death. Yes, if I go back to Virginia for smuggling a cocoon, they will kill me for Hadouken. That's right. It's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lettuce's death? This meeting's over. Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call for Machi for the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo. And there can be only one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow. In court! Finally, it's almost over. To be continued. Alright. Yes, we're continuing to the next chapter. July 10th, 9:49 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. One moment, everybody. There's something I want to do real quick. Let me go back to the menu real quick. No, wait. Okay, hang on. Let me just go back to here real quick. I need to check out the episode. Could I go here? Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. No, I just wanted to see if I can go back to the, I wanted to see if I could, hang on. Could I still do it? Hang on. Time out, everybody. I don't mean to, once again, break up the flow. I just wanted to examine the Hicksfield Clinic, that's all. Whatever. It's okay. I missed out on extra text. Nothing substantial. That's all, everybody. It's more like it's the feeling that I kind of don't want to be in this case that much. But it's okay. My bad. We're gonna get to the trial. July 10th, 9:49 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Damn. Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Eek! What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Valak Grimari! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door, normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valet? Ah, ha, 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 ha. A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. This is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic. Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand Gramardi glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually, it involves cutting up... Hung up. Bottled. Usually involves cutting up things like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lemira's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Ah, excuse me, sir. One moment, everybody. Just gonna check one more little thing. Okay. Let me pause and play right here on my browser. Just gonna check one more little thing. All right, cool. We're good. Ah, excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Oh, hold on. There's one more thing I forgot to check. In our court record. The Borginian... Oh, okay, never mind. That's fine. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Oh, great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. I remember yesterday morning, the judge said that he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Newspaper article has been added to the court record. Incuritis. Where have I heard that before? Yesterday. I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page of the funnies if you can. Uh, July 10th, 10:30 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Also, let's check that article real quick. Article about the Chief Justice's son who is inflicted with incuritis. Incuritis syndrome, first case in country. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Sad. Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say his name again? Machi Tobai, our suspect fortissimo. Right. It's his trial, in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Ellipsis. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there is no known cure. Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romaine Lettuce. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Carson. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it. Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Lettuce, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien. No way. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darien Crescent is a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current changes serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Air Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamir, and Machi, along with a drummer and a bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lamir and the defendant, Machi Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, the mirror herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say, she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Lettuce and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible, Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi! Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darya and Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Namira was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Uh-oh, Apollo. If he declares a verdict now, Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamira might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lettuce's death? This meeting's over. Darya? Machi was trying to tell us something. I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant, what was his name again?
Objection!
Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquise or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean? I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand. What? Well, he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as, I love you, and where's the toilet? The defense would like to request Lamira as the interpreter. Lamira? Well, there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Ahaha, bravo, El Forehead. El Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamira lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamira to the witness stand. Oh, here they are. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lamira. Yes. He says, Machi Tobai, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo? Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Law Mirror? Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? 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 Well, the mirror, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This isn't sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. The mirror. I mean, Machi. Please testify to the court. Very well. Witness testimony. Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Lettuce's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I thought that is, he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I guess. I see. Sorry. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That will prevent him from following them so closely. I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask the mirror to know the meaning of that song. Mirror, did you ever explain the lyrics to that song to him? I did tell him, generally, what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? The mirror might be protecting the witness. Ellipsis. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony. I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Cross-examination. Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Lettuce's death came as a great shock.
Hold it!
Were Machi and Mr. Lettuce close? Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together.
Objection!
La Mirror, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough. Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Lettuce. Mr. Lettuce was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song,
Hold it!
the guitar Serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The death of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it would not have been me. That's just why it could not have been me. Yeah. That is he, could not have done it.
Hold it!
I could not have done it. You mean... It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things followed the song lyrics closely. Yeah, I knew he was innocent. I believe he is too, Trucy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's a truth, I'll find it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
Hold it!
Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He did not know what the song was about. Its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Okay. So, our bracelet, the bracelet is, it's, reacting. It's time to perceive this statement. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Now let us hear this again. Oh, we found it. We found his little habit, his little twitch. Let's do this again. Oh. English was mentioned. Oh boy. He took a glance.
Gotcha!
Machi, you can't fool my eyes. Oops. You glanced toward her. The very moment Lemire said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Oh, we spotted Hadouken. 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 They know how to speak Hadouken. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned a name for this language. That is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? English. Do you not know Espanol, for instance? The word for Spanish. Well, yeah, but I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes. They are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Yep. We will present the very thing that they just brought up. The Borginian newspaper. Well, it's an article about the case, but it doesn't mention the lyrics of the Mirror's Ballad. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? Ho ho ho. That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. Either. Oh, that was a lot of Borginian. What does this mean? I don't know, George. I do not know what Borginian stuff. I do not know the language. What does this mean? Ellipsis. But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics were not brought up in police questioning. Oh, Chuck, there you are. Look, Chuck, where my mouse cursor is. Hadouken! Freaking Hadoukens, man. They're speaking Hadoukenese. Translation. He didn't say that. Do you know Borginian? Okay, I know. Thank you. I was just, I just love pointing. I just love pointing out the Hadouken. Uh-oh. Hang on, everybody. My poor lucky cat. I have to repair your arm again. Okay. Don't worry, everybody. My lucky cat is okay. My apologies. Okay. No, it wasn't. Bush is sleeping. Bush has been sleeping on the other bed for the entire day. He likes to sleep under the covers. That's like his new thing now. Bush is such a weirdo, but I like him. He's my little weirdo cat. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full reports myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in his courtroom. In English, no less. Uh-oh. The witness will explain herself, or himself. Machi says he says... Yes. It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, the mirror? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like our forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No, no! I was onto something, I know it! I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. Ellipse. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. A new piece of testimony here. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song.
Hold it!
Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? Ah, this is a question for me, yes? This interpretation thing is getting old fast. I told him that Mr. Nettis had been killed and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of that day followed my song. Did you mention any particular words in the song relating to the case, such as heart? Yes, of course. I explained this. He was quite surprised. So, the bracelet is still reacting with this new piece of testimony right here. Now let's take a look. Now, we already saw that Machi, he glanced over at the mirror when English was mentioned. Okay, Machi's not doing anything weird there. Let's look at the mirror. Let us hear her again. She's doing the thing again. She's doing the neck thing again. From the previous testimony, it was I who explained that the crime followed the song. That part right there, it was I who explained. The mirror. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamir, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamir, you're protecting Machi.
Take that!
Lamir, you're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. Ellipsis. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now, you have the mirror lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ellipse. Ah! Oh, look at that. He screamed in English. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes. A little. Only. Dude knows English. A little. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this in the mirror? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Ellipsis. Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple to either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, key on floor, which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Lettuce had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off. Run away? Run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. Haha. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
Objection!
No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant... Oh, excuse me. Let me, rephrase that. The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake. No. No more speak. No. To any of you. So much for your precious trust, Air Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. Impasse? It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Yeah, I get to go down the slide again. One moment, everybody. Okay, July 10th, 11:23 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Apollo Eustace. Eustace. Justice? Eustace? Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. believe. I know shooting. Monty claims Lettuce was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Aw, think I lost my paper prop, everybody. I'll have to get a new one. It's fine. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Lettuce already dead? And then you heard shots? If that's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from magician. Magician? Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Lettuce. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? Hadouken! I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death by Hadouken. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Oh man. July 10th, 11:28 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Ellipsis. Shame. I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, La Mirror. La Mirror?
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamira's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can. Lamira was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamira dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill Lamira? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lettuce. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Namira's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. Hmm. If Lamira was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamira's testimony once more. Oh boy. Lamira, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. Hang on. I must find it. Oh well. I'll get a new prop right here. I have it nearby. I got this napkin. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point, I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There it is, it seems. Much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lettuce and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Hmm. Hmm. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct pleasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamir was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead? Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Cross-examination. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Oh, whoops. Press.
Hold it!
Is something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot.
Hold it!
There were two gunshots. Yes, I heard two, one after the other. That fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but... Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well, If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty to citizens. This may be beside the point, but Lamira isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well. Lamira seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Could she be hiding something? It is as you say, yet at the time, I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Hold it!
You were in a hurry? To go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why were you in such a hurry then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. It very well might. Please answer the question.
Objection!
Are you alright, Lamira? Yes. Yes, I am just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Ed Forehead. Lamira suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. What? So he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, Ja? The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot, Mr. Justice. Please continue with your cross-examination. Lamira was attacked because of the testimony. I know she was, so something's got to be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks. Right. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lettuce and the defense.
Hold it!
Darian Crescent? I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I could try. Yes. Let's ask what they were talking about. Lamira, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. Ellipsis. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I did not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce. The shooter then. Darien Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Lettuce? I thought it quite strange myself afterward. Hmm, it is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? From the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch, now.
Hold it!
And it was Detective Darien Crescent's voice? Yes, I am sure of it. It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Lettuce? Apollo, the murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Lettuce's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said, press the switch, he really meant to say, pull the trigger. Because his English isn't so good. Darien Crescent is a native speaker. Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was that. Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it? Was there no one else in the room? I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Lettuce and the detective. So, we're going to present the evidence here. From the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now. You mean this switch right here, the remote trigger?
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On this stage, are you claiming that the voice Lemira heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, and forehead. I call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemira's dressing room. Not to mention that the governors were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We weren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Air Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it will be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Why, Prosecutor Gavin, what about this headset?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device. From what I've heard, from what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. The mirror said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when the mirror heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
Ha! You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why you sweat, Clavier? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said, press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? Why, it's the igniter, Your Honor.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. Ah, that's... That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger. for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yo! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote ignite trigger. Ellipsis. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Virginia from the mirror. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. And forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice, heard by La Mirror, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire? I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Lettuce and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
And forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Ellipsis? I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night, my guitar caught fire. Yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during the mirror song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes. That must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See? His story makes no sense.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out. And according to this testimony, Manchi was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset. telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right. Look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet, Ed Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Ed Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemire have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemire's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence. Well, how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemire heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Lamira heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how is Lamira able to hear the voice? She was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be Borginian too. As I was saying, Lemire could not hear the voice through that window. So there could be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? Ha ha ha, you do amuse me so. And here I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Oops. Shall I interpret it for you, Air Forehead? Lamir clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window, and there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamira heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamira heard the voice from here. She heard it all the way through the vent right here.
Take that!
This is where Lamira heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window.
Objection!
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamir was up in the ventilation system, listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation. Yes. Logical. I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about it? What about it? Is it logical? Ha! It hardly merits say. Why would Lamir be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat? No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamir? You have been listening to our discussions here, yes? Yes. I admit, it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Erk. The problem here is words. Lamir, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order, order. I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. I am sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? Ellipsis. I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Ellipsis. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Ah, above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Ah, bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, jaw and forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. Oh, hold up. Press. Above the ceiling. Could you be more specific? I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy? Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not to say more. Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. I had heard there was a small window there before.
Hold it!
By small window, you mean the air vent? I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the lights coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice come from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard.
Hold it!
So without a word, you just let the third set start? After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see no point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lemire to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Hold it!
Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It is just a name, after all. It was Valet Gramari. Perhaps you know him? Valet Gramari? What? You mean Uncle Valet? What? Valet Gramari? Who's Valet Gramari? A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Ellipse. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamira was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? Oh, we have the proof. As to why I was there, I cannot say.
Hold it!
You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes. Why would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. But are you going to do that? But how are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling too. Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Yeah, we do. As to why I was there, I cannot say. Oh, really? We're just gonna have to review the videotape.
Objection!
Lamira, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. On the video, everybody. She most likely would have went through a trap door. You know? Yep. Ellipsis. As we can see, Lamira was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah, though it saddens me to be so realistic. Lamira is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo. What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There is only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Ellipsis. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage to the rear of the forum. Ah, ah. Recall Lemira's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lemire knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know. I know if I opening vet, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I I knew about the vanishing act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lemire to secrecy. Well, Lemire, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemire was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Ugh. Why do I get picked on? It's Lemire who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Ah, the big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As is my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All they have to do is find the contradiction between what Lemire is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Yeah, it's Apollo Justice versus the world, everybody. The big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed.
Hold it!
How did you proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lemire. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle? Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Haha, yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry. But the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit, even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it? You had me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited.
Hold it!
Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there, from there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage.
Hold it!
So when you came back, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valet for you, the old Grimari touch. But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Ahaha. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
Hold it!
And it was Darian's voice you heard? Yes, I am certain it was him.
Objection!
A matter best left for later, Ja. Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first.
Objection!
Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? Importance schmortens. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. No use trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem. This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. The contradiction between Lemire's testimony and the video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo. I'm not telling, not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes.
Hold it!
2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute, if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lemire disappears in the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Ah, evidence explaining the discrepancy. Why, yes, we will present the evidence. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and testimony. The brooch.
Take that!
Mamir, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Oops. Take another look at the video. The video again. This is like our... Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. Yup. The brooch is not there. What? The brooch, it's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there could be only one explanation. The Lemire we see before the vanishing act and the Lemire we see after are two different people. What? What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lemire, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order. Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Air Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong. I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, the mirror was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement, La Mirror? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valent Gramari. It was Gramari? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage, that's right. But this fake Lemire is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. Ahaha. The governors aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm right? I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamira. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing, even while I moved. We are going to press this statement.
Hold it!
You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness? What if you were singing while you were walking? That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads, after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing the ceiling. Once again, We come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? Back. I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage in this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microscopes. Um, it pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker, playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. The Lemire singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lemire singing over the speaker. Ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice. Ah, Lemire? I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so you? I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this, I completely forgot about it. Let's take a listen. Hmm. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure. Now listen again. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemira's ballot. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Ellipsis. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? And Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lemire's testimony. Yes? Is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying? What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
Well, you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean? Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be franked, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Dargan Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good as time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I am the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Oh my gosh, everybody, to anybody that's still out there, I do apologize for keeping you all hostage. I didn't realize this case was going to be. I I should have known this was going to be a lot longer than the second case, only because of that accursed video that we keep on having to see. Also, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take one more bathroom break. Oh, and I have to reclaim a prop. Be right back. Okay, everybody. All right. I've returned. I got my new prop. I can give this napkin back to Danhausen with all of his demands, and I won't be cursed, hopefully. Man, yep, the 10-hour gang again. And I did not expect this to go to midnight. It's close to midnight. I doubt I'm gonna finish at midnight, but don't worry, everybody. I assure you this is the final part of the case. All right, everybody. We're gonna we're gonna get our culprit finally. Okay, everybody. Thank you. Thank you all for still being here. You know who you are. All right. Continue to the next chapter, of course. July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 2. Hang on. Oh, okay. Hang on, I just want to check one more little thing. Oh, okay. All right, everybody. Here we go. July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Amira's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance and say, Hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Lettuce, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no. What if you're shot too, Daddy? Ah ha ha. Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Ellipsis. Um, is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tabai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Daryan Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry Santress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker, or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa, at the scene of the crime actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Burnt fragments were added to the court record, found at the crime scene, bearing gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker? That's all from me, I suppose. Hang on. We're gonna check these fragments. So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's. Did you know that in China, they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. All right, that's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10th, 1:55 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. He, Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs, Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. And forehead. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Here it is, everybody. For now, name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Dardian, and don't call me partner. So much for old friends. Ellipse, I see what you're doing. Darien, you're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamira's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! Oops. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Witness testimony. Darian's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots. As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lemira's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just 'cause she's blind. You go too far, Guardian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky. I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lemira's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Cross-examination. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story.
Hold it!
You don't have any proof she was lying? Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo, glare back at him. I couldn't help it. I flinched my reflex. Detective Crescent. Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight. You're wilting. This guy's hard as nails. He makes Walkie look downright cooperative. You're mentioning Walkie again, Apollo. Stop it. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. In the first place, she never heard my voice.
Hold it!
You never talked to her, even though you were playing the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Guardian wasn't involved in any of the meetings of her. Ugh. As if you could just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot will believe that. Lemira's hearing is very sensitive. She can remember him if she heard him. I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if.
Hold it!
We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah? There was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song. A missed cue. So, she just flubbed it up. Big time. That's all. She spins this story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Guardian, watch what you say. Lemira is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you, all right. I could see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head. I'm detecting a rift in the Governor's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to defend it. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
Hold it!
That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. I'm back to relying on Lemira's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Guardian and Forehead show, there is no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo. This means the Gavin and Darien. This means the Gavin and Darien show's cancelled. Neither of your claims can be proven or disapproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without facts. New facts, huh? He's pretty eager to paint Lamira as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough. So what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. Alright. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? Yeah, so far I'm still going, man. I kind of underestimated a little bit that I was hoping to at least be done with this case before midnight. Yeah, so far. The dude's dressed up as a shark for one, and sharks and pirates, they go hand in hand together. Uh... Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? But I'm gonna be pacing myself for the next 2 days, though. I'll be separating the final case in 2 days, because it's a long one. And I'll get it done in 2 days. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes, we heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and the mirror got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Machi heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Why, Mr. Apollo Justice, we do have it. And it was thanks to both Emma Sky passing a vital piece of evidence to Mr. Phoenix Wright, who gave it to us, the evidence from the lobby, to present here. It's kind of like football in a way, if you think about it. Hut. It's right here. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? Why... These burnt fragments were found at the crime scene, and it bears gunpowder residue. Maybe it's a firecracker, maybe not, but they're burnt fragments.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Eh? How did Gavin know about this? What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's what I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when 2 witnesses came walking by? Ha! Ellipsis. That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest, and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? Eric, how do I explain this? He may not look it, but Dardian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness, he's sure to find it. He may not look it. Partner? Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what you were you could hear what was going on in that hallway. Even you were out on stage. There. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Dardian. There are no sides in a court of law. Ellipsis. Which is why I now turn to you, Ed Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. Oh, you've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. If he can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice? Can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo. Otherwise, we're through. It can be proven! You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof.
Hold it!
What the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What? Some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, Amira said she heard them right in the middle of her illusion, when she was up above the ceiling. When she forgot the words to the song, yeah. If you can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics. We're home free, I think. True. Not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove that? Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me? Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. Sorry. Just let me take a quick look through the court record. He's pretty eager to paint Lemire as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically her entire case. This is tough. So what do we do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did. Relax, Apollo. I got you. The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. We can prove it with this, the mixing board.
Objection!
One of the coolest pieces of evidence. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamira's song. Her song? What exactly is this, device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamira's voice included. Ho ho! But what does this prove? According to Lamira's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, Ja? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. Oh, he's sweating. And his pompadour is drooping. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Guardian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamira's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. One moment. Let me make sure I do a safety save. Lamira stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot, now find the gunshots. Alright. So let's the guitar Serenade. Alright. Let's lower. We heard it. One more time. Hang on. Yeah. It was at the second segment. Present.
Take that!
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is a track with Lamira's vocals. A gunshot. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. It ain't no mistake, dude. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set. Which means Lamira's testimony was true. Yeah. Order! So she was telling the truth about what she heard? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Lettuce. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective said, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear One gunshot on the recording. Were two bullets fired from this weapon? Lamira was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Lettuce's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Ellipsis. Once again, I'm reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, aired forehead. What is it with today? Problem not the problem. Action! My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ah. It was you, Guardian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, will I... You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Lettuce's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his plane was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Lettuce, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Ellipsis. Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves, rolled up ready for action, has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue miss due to the 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. Ellipsis. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Witness testimony. Proof of innocence. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Lettuce had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great. Now I need to find a motive. Proof of innocence. Come on. Why would I even want to kill that manager?
Hold it!
Her manager, sure, but Mr. Lettuce was... Oh, right, sorry. An Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. Damn. You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man.
Hold it!
But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proof for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right?
Hold it!
Daryan, you're a detective of international affairs? Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Lettuce's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips to international affairs? That's right. Well, Detective Preston? That's your game, is it? Guess I better confess then. Confess? Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment. Well, I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international. See, me and Plane's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences, Ed Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country. I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. How could I possibly know her manager?
Hold it!
So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? Huh. I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see, if I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
Hold it!
You sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard, you'll forget who you're accusing of what. And Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, Jaw. Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. Yep. So, on the second, fourth, and fifth statement, you can present one evidence on those statements. You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Well, there is a reason. It's about the replica.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever see this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Ellipsis. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon, never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Lettuce, does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? Curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Lettuce, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Lettuce wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. Ellipsis. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market? Make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. Totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. Here it is, everybody. Final testimony about cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Lettuce undercover. You kids think up the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Hmm, very well. You may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. We will, Apollo. We will. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these
Hold
cocoons.
it!
That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one. Nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them. Well, Lemira knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all. Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. You could say people like me, who know about them, are a minority, yeah? But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol too, for that matter, yeah. Interpol's all hot and bothered about him.
Hold it!
So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Lettuce? Yeah, like Chun-Li. All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing out through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous.
Hold it!
Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore.
Hold it!
But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal.
Hold it!
Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off of international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to, Down, Guardian. It's as you say. There were no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol and Borginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that diva says. Why I oughta... Oughta what? You want some of this? Aha, chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, Jaw. Grr, screw cool. I want this guy's hand on the stick. Little dark side of Apollo there. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. Alright. Let me do a quick safety save real quick. Alright. So, let's check out those statements right here. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Really? To the newspaper article that the bailiff gave to us. Yeah. Uh-huh. Daryan.
Objection!
Gonna bust him up. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article that's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease that Chief Justice's son has. You are insane. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Ellipsis. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me, anyway? All the crimes. Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let Sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah? You're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about Cocoon's getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Virginian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked.
Hold it!
Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it will be hard to distinguish them. That's right. Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop. Yes, after. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death. First setting. The first setting? I'm going to be in the dark for now, everyone. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and then sentenced to death.
Hold it!
That's pretty extreme. Virginia has its rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore of security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. One moment, everybody. I can't do this. Okay, sorry about that. Didn't mean for your immersion to be cut off. Yeah, I can't. I need to do this with the light. I'll be done soon. Jeez. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know.
Hold it!
You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course. I weep for our judicial system. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. Yep. So, on the first or last statement, International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. Mmm. So, right here, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there. Yep, there is a way. Via the guitar.
Objection!
It's such a small object. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Ah, ah, I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamira. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia. I'll turn it off after it's done. Mom, I'll turn it up. I said I'll turn it off after I'm done. I'm sorry. The first setting. Okay, I'll turn it off after I'm done. Sorry. Sorry. So is this guitar? So this guitar's from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in the mirror studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, the guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, Airforehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean? He means this, of course. Ah, there was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Yeah. Order, order, order. So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, and forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemir's ballad, if you will. Um, Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemir's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock of my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Lettuce. Ah, Mr. Lettuce, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Lettuce tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now. The guitar had burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Lettuce died, with Lamira there to witness it. There's your case. Ellipses, ellipses, ellipses. Brilliant, man. Detective Croissant. I gotta know, you make up. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Guardian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha, let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide a cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamira heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch, now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But, well, who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, or you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Why, it was none other than, somebody else from Virginia. Machi Tobai.
Take that!
There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Tobai. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Lettuce. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemire? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemire was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemire still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar Serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lemire stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemire's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Corsen, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Ah, well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Oh. We get to see this again, everybody. Oh. There it is. The guitar. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darya? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, he had to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Hmm. An igniter? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Ah. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was a diva. Lemire. But according to you, she couldn't have been The accomplice, could she? Kirk, your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Erg. Hmm. Hope you're all not tired of this little scene yet. The piano plays non-stop. I'm sorry, Chuck. Don't worry. He couldn't have pressed that switch. We're almost done. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo? Were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machi Tabayi didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar's on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tabayi the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed the switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. That switch. What do I do? What do I do? Ack, there has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tabayi pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tabayi pressed that switch? Yes, I can prove it, Your Honor. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. And forehead, you're sure about this? Ha! Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch? Why, Your Honor, I can prove it with the mixing board.
Take that!
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. My God. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Now we're listening to the piano. I hear a piano being played. But, doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand. He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What? So you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Erk. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had three hands. So sorry. So sad for you. Lips. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or two? You can't. I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with his one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. Ellipsis. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No, no way. Well, it seems we come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it. The guitar Serenade. Proof he played one-handed. Alright, so let's play the song first. Let's hear only the piano. Ah, okay, so yeah, let's play it again. It's the first segment.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you realized it yourself, Airforehead. Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. Not again. Man, man, man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? I agree. You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to Oh That Night in Your Embrace. Ah, play verse 2 again. Do we have to? There, did you find that? There, did you hear that? They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. Ah. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Guardian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had it played specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh, that was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Ugh. Order, order, order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of evidence, of decisive evidence. Yeah, the facts. Anyone could see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. Oh, don't worry. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands. but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fight time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What? And this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. And forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of two crimes. The murder of Mr. Lettuce and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. I agree. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Call witness. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh, so what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. But perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You being a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? It's time to administer the final blow. Machi.
Take that!
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobai. Your client? Again? Machi Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he could easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Lettuce was asking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar. Aha, very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death by Hadouken. by Virginian law. Ah, yeah, see, if our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Ah, the victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon. Yeah, but, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tabai. The cocoon smuggling? Your entire plan. Machi Tabai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. It'll- Don't worry there. I'll get I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please, don't take, don't talk. Broke down. Done. Oh, look, his pompadour's all messed up. Guardian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession? Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk? You tell this court everything? Ellipsis. I didn't want it to turn it out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from beginning. I knew. Machi, situation. I cannot explain, but money. I need it. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue of our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobai? Yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Lettuce, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. I thank you. Oh, I only lie? but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobai, not guilty. Now, if I could finally say one more thing after the confetti, court is adjourned. I think they were really freaking stupid to even accuse Machi of firing a freaking revolver. If he tried to friggin' fire a revolver, he probably would have not only dislocated his shoulder, I'm probably exaggerating a bit. Maybe he could have lost his arm. But no, he probably would have dislocated his shoulder really badly. And plus, he's so small. Again, he's small, and Romain Lettuce is a big man. He wasn't going to aim for his shoulder. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. There, I said it. Idiots. July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle Hoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy, I owe you both my thanks. La Mirror? My, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Ellipsis. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamira lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that, if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound after all. I will paint the two of you. I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamira. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright. But for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy. I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar Serenade was a huge hit. The prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Yeah. No thanks to Gavin for, sort of protecting Darian. It's like, come on, dude. Yeah, he was pretty upset, but hey, he did the crime, dude. So many things. The trial could have been like over so many times. But hey, before I end it, finally, everybody, I'm gonna partake you all in some trivia. Okay, so Trivia time. Name trivia. So, Machi Tobai. His English name comes from his Japanese one, presumably to make it sound foreign. It may also be a play on much to buy, in reference to his need for money, which led him to smuggle the Borginian cocoon. Maki Tobayu. So, Maki, when written as a kanji character, can mean roll, like a roll of paper or a sushi roll, not like a bakery roll, or occasionally Chinese black pine. Additionally, the first and last characters from his name, Ma Yu, can combine to mean cocoon, Mayu. His Japanese shaped pendant is meant to be the hiragana for Ma. His bangs of his hair are in the shape of a wing. Tobai is the only defendant in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney to not appear during the closing credits. Oopsie doodle. He doesn't get to appear in the credits. So, romaine lettuce, I already told you, it's a corrupted spelling of romaine lettuce to form the localized names. And his Japanese name, romaine retasu, comes from romaine lettuce. Shutakumi happened to see romaine lettuce listed in a recipe when coming up with the bodyguard's name. La Mirror apparently means goddess of song and the siren in Borginian. It comes from the phrase La Mirror, which means the mirror in French. La is probably used instead of le because of La Mirror's gender. Darien Crescent. Darien reflects his Japanese given name Dayan Daryan. Itself is a so Daryan it's a Persian romanization, which is a place name shared by 4 locations in Iran. In the Pashto language, the name Daryan also be Latinized to Darwin. Crescent likely comes to form crescendo, which is a musical term meaning to get gradually louder. It may also be a reference to the kanji for moon in his Japanese surname, as in a crescent moon. Crescent's hair is also in the shape of a crescendo sign, to a degree, and after he breaks down, it looks similar to a decrescendo sign, which is a musical term meaning to get gradually softer. Dayan Maruzuki. Maruzuki comes from Maruzuki, which means likes cocoon in Japanese. His clothing appears to be sharp. His Crescent's clothing appears to be shark themed. So the collar is lined up with what can be assumed to be a zipper teeth, and the inside of his clothes is red. And this gives his collar look similar to the mouth of a shark. The pull tab on the zipper seems to be similar to the tooth shape of the prehistoric megalodon shark. The jutting shape of the hair also resembles the long snout of a goblin shark. Following the shark theme of his clothing, his white-tipped hair is a reference to the oceanic white-tipped shark, a particularly aggressive species of shark. During Tetsuro Iwamoto's early days at Capcom, he drew a character with 2 eye patches. They wanted to use him as Darien Crescent, but Takumi rejected the design. Thus, the current design was used. The eye patches were later implemented onto Shi Long Lang's design, though with many they were X-shaped sunglasses instead of eye patches. That's a character much later in a different game. In his guitar, nicknamed Geeter, appears to be a Gibson SG. And Crescent is the only culprit in Apollo Justice who was not perceived. Yeah, I didn't have to perceive nothing on him. Alright. Yeah, cool. New record broken. I wasn't trying to set any records, but cool. Alright. Okay, everybody. I'm super dead. Well, I'm not showing that I'm dead, Well, I'm glad I did take a dinner break, and I did use the restroom a lot and washed my hands in between. And oh, hold on. I gotta make sure I have to watch something to save my streak. Oh my God. Okay. So, I'll make sure that's done. Not that I care. I am kind of care. I'm just saying it. But anywho, okay, everybody, here's the deal for later today because tomorrow is today, but it's actually today. Now, as I mentioned a while ago, I'm going to mention this one more time. I'm going to separate the final case of Apollo Justice, case 4. I'm going to separate it into 2 days. So later today, I'm only going to do the first half of the case for case 4. And then on Friday, I'm going to finish off case 4. That'll, trust me, I really got to pace myself, and I'm going to pace myself. I'm going to try not to do another, you know, 10, 11-hour stream. And I'm gonna try and not do this to myself when I do the next game in the series in next month, which is Dual Destinies. All right, everybody. I'm going to find ourselves a raid target. Um, hang on. I gotta see if he's even on my list. Okay, he is. Now let me see. I want to make sure. Is this dude still streaming? Because if not, it's okay. I have somebody else. Oh, they seem to be having fun. I mean, I could go to them. I don't know. I feel like, does it even matter if I... Never mind. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something really bad and negative, and I need to ignite that out of my thoughts. Sorry, everybody. I was almost gonna go to not necessarily a dark place. It's just, don't worry about it. It's nothing. All right, everybody. I'm gonna send you off somewhere. Uh, um, you know what? I'm gonna send you off to somebody I don't really touch bases with that much. I'm gonna send you all off to Shin Fox. Shin Fox is currently continuing Crosscode. That seems like a pretty neat game. So, yeah, go to sleep to me. GTS. Go to sleep. Yeah, you got that right. Don't worry. I will GTS. I don't want to face either CM Punk or Kenta and get a GTS to the face. But I will follow that acronym though. Anyway, everybody, before I head on out, um, I would like to thank the following people. I don't mean to call anybody out that they're not. Sorry, everybody. I'm still I'm okay. I know, like I said, I had my list, but I'm still going to acknowledge them. It's just I don't know if they'll either watch this vid or like check my VOD or YouTube. It don't matter. But I'm going to acknowledge them anyway. I'd like to thank the following. King Ming, Sherry Bilberry, Chuckman, thanks for still being here. You're a real one. Pun, Tamario, Zofar, Ollie Ryden, Thank you for the raid, Grotto and Ultima. Anybody else that's lurking out there, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, I'm going to be back. Danhausen GTS? Oh no, that's scary. Anyway, I'll take a curse instead. I don't know if I want that, but that's funny. Okay, everybody. Um, okay, everyone. What's it called? I need a good one. Is it this one? No, that's a good one. I want to use the. I want to go out to the other one. The one from. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ah, hang on. I'm playing too many. I'm pressing too many buttons. All right. Eric, everybody. We're gonna go on out to Shin Fox. He's pretty cool. He plays a nice variety of games. Um, he's gonna play some. He's playing Crosscode. All right, everybody. Heading on out. Here we go. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace. See you in court for the next 2 days. Later today, case 4. I'm doing the first half of case 4. And then on Friday, I'll be finishing the other half of case 4. I'm separating it in 2 parts. You got my guarantee. Oh man. Ding, ding, ding.